place where it's set. We lift our voice to Yahweh. We will not forget.
He has shown us his kindness. His right hand is strong. He has become our deliverance. To him belongs the song.
We will rejoice. We will rejoice. This is the day Yahuwah has made.
Baruch be he who comes in his name. Let Yasher all give him praise.
His kindness is forever.
His kindness is forever. His truth stands sure.
Oh, he is our Eluah.
He is our Eluah, our refuge secure.
Oh, this is the day. This is the day Yahuwah has made.
The stone the builders cast away now stands as head and chief. Yahuwah has done this wondrous thing. In him we find relief.
He opened wide the righteous gates. He heard us when we prayed. Now let the upright enter in and Barak his name away.
This is the day we will rejoice.
Oh,
We will proclaim. This is the day Yahuwah has made.
for the Yahuwah, his kindness is true. Forever his love remains.
Let the people gather,
Let
all tongues declare.
Yahuwah is reigning.
None can compare.
Oh, this is the day. He is our light. He is our song. He lifts the weak. He makes us strong. This is the day.
This is the day.
Yahuwah has made. Let all the earth proclaim. Oh, this is the day.
This is the day Yahuwah has made. We will rejoice. We will rejoice. Lift up his name.
Baruch is he who comes to save. Esteem and praise to Yahuwah's name.
Praise to his name.
Praise to his name.
Yahuwah be praised.
Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. Shabbat Shalom. I hope everyone is doing well. This is truly the day that Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. For those of you who are able-bodied and able to stand, let us stand. If you live here in the United States of America, you would be facing northeast. If you live on the continent of Africa, you will be facing north. If you live anywhere east of Yahushalom, you will be facing west. All right, let us stand as I blow the shofar. Let's stand before our Abba Yahuwah on his Yom this day. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, we come before you with hands lifted up high before you, O Abba, giving you all praise, honor, and esteem, O Yah. We surrender our Kai, our lives to you, O Abba. We thank you to the Ata, Abba Yahuwah, for being so wonderful to us. We are not worthy. We don't deserve you, O Abba. Abba, we ask that you would help us, your people. Help us, O Abba, to walk on this straight and narrow path, O Abba. Help us, O Abba, not to transgress before you. And when we do, O Yah, do not deal with us according to our weakness, nor according to our ways, but according to your tender mercies, your compassion, your long suffering, and for most of all, your namesake, O Abba. Abba, we pull for all of our Akis and Akodis all around the world, the Mishpachah, Abba, who call upon your name and seek your righteous face, O Abba. We ask that you would help us, O Yah, to be prepared as your people for the things that are about to come upon this Aratz. We ask, O Abba Yahuwah, that you would help us to be well equipped, having our Amunah strong. May we be found on the foundation of the rock. May we be found doing the work of your will, O Abba, that you have given us, that you have instilled in each one of our hearts and in our minds, O Yah. Abba, we continue to pull for our friends and our families and our co-workers who don't see what we see as you have revealed to us. Abba, we ask that you would have compassion upon them. Abba, we ask that you would help us to be more long-suffering towards them, knowing that they too, just like ourselves, we didn't know this truth at one time, and yet, oh Abba, you saw fit to allow our eyes, our spiritual eyes, and our spiritual ears to be open. We ask that you help us to show the same love and care that you have given us to those who don't see what we see, especially our own flesh and blood. And so now, Abba, we ask that you would help us to have our minds open unto you. May our hearts be open unto you. Abba, we ask that you would teach us and guide us by your Ruach HaKadosh. All these things we ask in the mighty name of your Ben, Yahushua HaMashiach, on this beautiful Shabbat. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah in the name of Yahusha. Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Mishpachah. I'm telling you, we are living in these days. We are living in these days. May we not get caught up into this world and the things and the stuff that Satan wants to get us to be distracted with. Please, please, do not give up. Don't lose hope. Don't lose amunah. Keep struggling. Keep fighting. Don't give in. Satan is really pulling out all the stops right now. He's really trying to get some of us to falter. He's trying to get us to walk away. He wants us to act out of our flesh and not in the Ruach. So as we normally do, we're going to read the Tanakh and the Brit HaKadash, also known as the New Testament or the Renewed Writings. But we're going to start off in the Torah, in the law. We are going to go to Barashit, also known as Genesis, chapter 15. I will be reading out of the Scriptures, TS 2009, for it is an easy access of a book for me. And we're going to start here in chapter 15, verse 1. And after these events, the word of Yahuwah came to Abram in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward is exceedingly great. And Abram said, Master Yahuwah, what would you give me, seeing I go childless? And the heir of my house is Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, see, you have given me no seed, and see, one born in my house is my heir. And see, the word of Yahuwah came to him, that is to Abram, saying, this one is not your heir, but he who comes from your own body is your heir. And he brought him, Abram, outside and said, look now towards the Shamayim, and count the stars if you are able to count them. And he said to him, so are your seed, or so will be your seed. And he believed in Yahuwah, and it was reckoned or counted it to him for righteousness. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. And he said to him, I am Yahuwah, who brought you out of Kasdim to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Master Yahuwah, whereby do I know that I possess it? And he, Yahuwah, said to him, bring me 3-year-old heifer, and a 3-year-old female goat, and a 3-year-old ram, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took all these to him, and he cut them in the middle. Yes, Tudata Aki, I totally forgot. I'm so used to just going right into it. Let me finish this verse here. And he placed each half opposite the other, but he did not cut off the birds. Let me stop there. I forgot to shut off the comments. Let me shut off the comments, and I'll turn them back on once we're done with our study today. All right. There we go. So we have no distraction. Because we do know that there's people that like to come and distract on our Shabbat when we're going before our Abba Yahuwah. All right, verse 11. And the birds of prey came down on the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. And it came to be, when the sun was going down, and a deep sleep fell upon Abram, that see, a frightening great darkness fell upon him. And he, Yahuwah, said to Abram, know for certain that your seed are to be sojourners, foreigners, pilgrims, in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. But the nation whom they serve I am going to judge, and afterward let them come out with great possessions. Now as for you, you are to go to your fathers in Shalom. You are to be buried at a great old age. Then in the 4th generation they shall return here. From the crookedness of the Amorites is not yet complete. And it came to be, when the sun went down, and it was dark, that see, a smoking oven and a burning torch passing between those pieces. On the same day Yahuwah made an agreement with Abram, saying, I have given this land to your seed, from the river of Mitzrayim, that is Egypt, to the great river, the river Euphrates, with the Canaanite, and the Kadamite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Raphaim, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Gershite, and the Jebusite. Now let's go to the Nabaim, to the prophets. We are going to be reading out of, let me see here, which one is it? Yes, Zephaniah, I can't even say it right. Zephaniah. And we are going to start at chapter 1, verse 1. And the word of Yahuwah that came to Zephaniah, son of Cushi, son of Galdiah, son of Amariah, son of Hezekiah, and in the days of Yashiyahu, son of Amun, sovereign of Yahudah. I shall snatch away from all from the face of the Arats, declares Yahuwah. I snatch away man and beast. I snatch away the birds of the Shamayim and the fish of the Maim and the stumbling blocks with the wrong, when I shall cut off man from the face of the Arats, declares Yahuwah. And I shall stretch out my hand against Yahudah and against the inhabitants of Yahushalom, and cut off every trace of Baal from this place. Notice what he says here. He shall cut off every trace of Baal from this place. The names of the idolatrous priests with the priests, and those bowing down to the host of the Shamayim on the housetops, and those bowing themselves and swearing by Yahuwah and swearing by Malakam, a king. And those who turn away from following Yahuwah and who have not sought Yahuwah or inquired of him. There's a lot there in those first 6 verses. Hush, be quiet in the presence of the Master Yahuwah, for the day of Yahuwah is near, for Yahuwah has prepared a slaughter. He has set apart his invited ones. I wonder who those might be. Who are the ones that have been invited to this supper, to this slaughter? And it shall be in the day of the slaughter of Yahuwah that I shall punish the rulers and of the sons of the sovereign and all such that clothe in foreign garments. You know, like the three-piece suit, like a lot of pastors like to wear, looking like businessmen in the so-called house of God. And I shall punish on that day all who leap over the threshold, who fill their masters' houses with violence and deceit. And on that day there shall be, declares Yahuwah, the sound of a cry from the fish gate to the howling from the second quarter, and of the great crashing from the hills. Howl, you inhabitants of Maktash, for all the merchant people shall be silenced. All those weighing over silver shall be cut off. And at that time it shall be that I search Yahushalom with lamps and punish the men who are settled on their dregs, who say in their heart, Yahuwah does no righteousness, nor does he do evil. And their wealth shall become plunder, and their houses laid waste. And they shall build houses, but not inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards, but not drink their wine. Near is the great day of Yahuwah, near and hurrying greatly, the noise of the day of Yahuwah. Let the mighty men then bitterly cry out. That day is a day of wrath, a day of distress and trouble, a day of waste and ruin, a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of a shofar and a sounding against the walled cities, against the corner towers. And I shall bring distresses on men, and they shall walk like blind men, because they have transgressed against Yahuwah. And their blood shall be poured out like dust, and their flesh like dung. Neither their silver nor their gold shall be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahuwah. And by the fire of his jealousy all the Arats shall be consumed, for he makes a sudden end of all those who dwell on the Arats. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Now let's go to the Brit HaKadash. You may call it the Brit Hadashah, also known as the Renewed Writings. Yohanan. The Great News of Yohanan. We're going to go to chapter, is it chapter 6 or 7? It is chapter 8. Chapter 8. This is again the book of Yohanan. You may know it as John. Chapter 8, verse 1. And Yahusha, the Mashiach, went to the Mount of Olives, and at dawn he came again into the set-apart place, that is the temple. And all the people were coming to him, and having sat down, he was teaching them. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought to him a woman caught in adultery, and having set her in the midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. And in the Torah, Moshe commanded us that such should be stoned. What then do you say? And this they said, trying him, so that they might accuse him, that is our Messiah. But Yahusha, bending down, wrote on the ground with the finger, as though he did not hear. But as they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, He who is without transgression among you, let that person be the first to throw a stone at her. And bending down again, he wrote on the ground. And when they heard it, being reproved by their conscience, went out one by one, beginning from the older one until the last. And Yahusha was left alone, and the woman standing in the middle. And Yahusha, straightening up and seeing no one but the woman, said to her, Woman, where are those accusers of yours? Did no one condemn you? And she said, No one, Master. And Yahusha said to her, Neither do I condemn you. Go and transgress no more. Transgress no more, sin no more. Therefore Yahusha spoke to them again, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me shall by no means walk in darkness, but possess the light of life. Let me read verse 12 again. Therefore Yahusha spoke to them again, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me shall by no means walk in darkness, but possess the light of life. The Pharisees therefore said to him, You bear witness about yourself. Your witness is not true. Yahusha answered and said to them, Even if I witness concerning myself, my witness is true. For I know where I came from and where I'm going, but you do not know from where I come or where I go. You judge according to the flesh. I judge no one. But even if I do judge, my judgment is true, because I am not alone, but I and the Father who sent me. And in your Torah also it has been written that the witness of two men is true. I am one who witnesses concerning myself, and the Father who sent me witnesses concerning me. Therefore, they said to him, Where is your Father? Yahusha answered, You know neither me nor my Father. If you knew me, you would have known my Father also. I tell you, when you read these passages right here, when he talks about how he is one witness and the Father is another witness, it screams at you that they're two people, right? But then he brings this confusion, and we know that our Father is not the author of confusion. But this confusion comes to our mind where he says, if you knew me, you would have known my Father also. So he brings it back to being one. But nonetheless, let's continue verse 20. These words Yahusha spoke in the treasury, teaching in the set-apart place. And no one laid hands on him, because his hour had not yet come. Therefore Yahusha said to them again, I am going away, and you shall seek me, and you shall die in your transgression. Where I go, you are unable to come. Then the Yahudim said, Shall he unalive himself because he says, Where I go, you are unable to come? And when he said to them, You are from below, I am from above. Or so let me say that again. And he said to them, You are from below, I am from above. You are of this world, I am not of this world. This is what he was saying to the Pharisees and Sadducees. Therefore, I said to you that you shall die in your transgressions if you do not believe that I am he. Who is he saying he is? You shall die in your transgressions. Again, for if you do not believe that I am he, you shall die in your sins, your transgressions. Then they said to him, Who are you? And Yahusha said to them, Altogether that I have even said to you. I have much to say and to judge concerning you, but he who sent me is true. And what I heard from him, these I speak to the world. They did not know that he spoke to them of the Father. So Yahusha said to them, When you lift up the Son of Adam, then you shall know that I am he, and that I do none at all of myself, but as my Father taught me, these I speak. And he who sent me is with me. The Father has not left me alone, for I always do what pleases him. Notice what he says there. I always do what pleases him. How does he please the Father? Because he is walking in the law. And what did he tell others? To sin no more. And what did he tell his disciples? To follow after him, that anyone who walks with him shall not be condemned. Wow. And as he was speaking these words in verse 30, many believed in him. So Yahusha said to those Yahudim who believed in him, if you stay in my word, he's saying, if you abide, if you dwell in my word, you are truly my taught ones. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. This is the key right here, staying in his word. It's not talking about reading his word. He's talking about living his word, taking the instructions that he gave us, and you're using it, you're applying it to your life. That's what makes you free. Verse 33, they answered him, we are the seed of Abraham, and have been servants to no one at any time, how do you say you shall become free? Yahusha answered them, Amat, Amat, I say to you, everyone doing, there's the key word, doing transgression is a servant, that is a slave of sin. And the servant does not stay in the house forever, but a son stays forever. If then the Son makes you free, you shall be free indeed. I know that you are the seed of Abraham, but you seek to unalive me, because my word has no place in you. I speak what I have seen with my father, and you do not, and you do what you have heard from your father. So he's making a distinction here. I speak what I have seen of my father, and you do what you have heard from your father. They answered and said to him, Abraham is our father. Yahusha said to them, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. Hold on. I thought all Abraham did was believe, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. You mean to tell me he had to do something? You mean that there was work involved with Abraham? Interesting, right? This is right here in the New Testament, where people say that the works have been done away with. Let's continue. But now you seek to unalive me, a man who has spoken to you the Amat, Ha-Amat, the truth, that I heard from Alua Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones. Abraham did not do this. You do the works of your father. Then they said to him, we were not born of whoring. We have one father, Alua Elohim. Yahusha said to them, if Alua Elohim were your father, listen to this. If Alua Elohim were your father, you would love me, for I came forth from Alua Elohim and am here. For I have not come of myself, but he sent me. Why do you not know what I say? Because you are unable to hear my word. This is just like so many people who come here into this channel, who come in here to hear this live, or who listens to this live in a recording later. Many people do not understand the words that we are reading. These are not my words. I'm just reading the words that are here. I might expound on the words, but many people are unable to hear the words of our Messiah. So verse 44 goes on and says, you are of your father, the devil, and the desires or the wills of your father you do. He was a murderer from the beginning and has not stood in the Amat, in the truth, because there is no truth, no Amat in him. When he speaks the lie, he speaks of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. He is the source of lies. He's the source of sin, of transgression. And because I speak Amat, you do not believe me. Who of you proves me wrong concerning transgression? And if I speak the Amat, if I speak the truth, why do you not believe me? He who is of Alua Elohim hears the words of Alua Elohim. Therefore, you do not hear because you are not of Alua Elohim. Now, when I say this to people, they take it so offensive. The reason why you don't see certain things is because Abba Yahuwah, the creator of heaven and earth, hasn't revealed it to you. Flesh and blood cannot reveal truth to anyone. The only one who can reveal truth to you is the Father by his Spirit. Your pastor can't do it. I can't do it. Your mommy, your daddy can't do it. Your wife, your husband can't do it. Only the Spirit of Yahuwah can reveal truth. Again, verse 47, he who is of Alua Elohim hears the words of Alua Elohim. Therefore, you do not hear because you are not of Alua Elohim. The Yahudim answered and said to him, do we not say, well, that you are of a Shamaroni, that you are a Samaritan, and you have a demon? Yahusha answered, I do not have a demon, but I value my Father, and you do not value me, or you disrespect me. 50. I do not seek my own esteem. There is one who is seeking. and is judging. Amat, Amat, I say to you, if anyone guards or keeps my word, his word, he or she shall never see death at all. Speaking of the second death, the lake of fire. The Yahudim said to him, now we know that you have a demon. Abraham died and the prophets, and you say, if anyone guards my word, he shall never taste death at all? Are you greater than our father Abraham who died, and the prophets that have died? Whom do you make yourself out to be? May I ad lib? And Yahusha answered, if I esteem myself, my esteem is none at all. It is my Father who esteems me, of whom you say that he is your Alua Elohim. And you have not known me, but I know him. And you have not known him, but I know him. And if I say I do not know him, I shall be just like you, a liar. But I do know him, and I guard his word. Notice that he says, I guard his word. This is what we're all supposed to be doing. If we say that we're following the Messiah, and the Messiah is keeping the words of our Abba Yahuwah, and he's telling his disciples to do the same, and his disciples were told to do the Great Commission that we all say in Matthew 28, verses 19 and 20 is the Great Commission, then how do we falter away from not keeping the Father's word? Something to think about. Your father Abraham was glad that he should see my day, and he did see it. He saw it. How did he see it? He saw it in a dream. He saw it in a vision and did rejoice. The Yahudim therefore said to him, you are not yet 50 years old, and you've seen Abraham? Yahusha said to them, Amat, Amat, I say to you, before Abraham came to be, YAH, that is, I am. Therefore they picked up stones to throw at him. But Yahusha was hidden and went out from the set apart place, going through the midst of them, and so passed by. When you understand this chapter 8 of the book of John, you understand why the Creator says, Hear, O Yasharal Yahuwah, your Elohim, Yahuwah is Akkad. Yahuwah is one. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. And so we come to the ending of reading the Torah, the Nabaim, and the Katubim. That is the law, the prophets, and the writings. Now we're going to get in, before we start our Revelation series, we're on our part 4. I got to get some of my notes together, but while I'm doing that, I hope and I ask that all of you hear this wonderful song that was put together by our Aki Patitiyahu, and it is perfect for today's discussion of what we're talking about, because today is Shabbat. I know some of you who are probably in here listening in saying, these guys are saying that today's the Sabbath. Is this a recording? Nope. Today is your so-called pagan Memorial Day. We don't do these pagan days. But if you're here to hear the truth, you've come to the right place. I just ask that you stick around so that you can hear the rest of it. All right. So without further ado, this song here is called, oh, that ain't the one that I was looking for. Hold on one second. I think my Aki sent me some more songs, so it's not at the very top. Give me a second. Let me find it here. Where did it go? Hold on. Inbox. Ah, here it is. Found it. All right. Give me a second as I cue this song on. Here we go. Oh, nope, not again. Aki, there's no attachment to it. Let me see. Is it going now? Oh, yes, here's the attachment, Aki. I found it. Alrighty. Be right back.
Here we go. Here we go. Day one, he formed the heavens and the earth. Then he spoke the light into the darkness. Day two, waters are set apart. Day three, green stretching water.
Live chat is back on until song is
Won't
over.
receive their orders. Day five, creatures in the water and all over. Day six, blew life into man and all the beasts. Day seven, he rested, so we praise and feast.
So Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all my Aki. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom
To all my Cody,
Shalom, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Baraka Atah,
Now read scriptures.
Palau, and then feast. We should observe the Shabbat. It's a commandment. There's some people in the world who really can't stand it. Every 7 days we're supposed to worship Abba Yahuwah's rest day. He demands it, deserves it. This is why we say Shabbat Shalom.
Face to face, so face it.
The spring equinox show, a straight line shadow. 3 days later is the first Shabbat. It's hard to swallow. There's 52 weeks within a year. The Romans had a system in place, and all 7 days had a mirror. We don't see ourselves in that mirror, ignoring the reflection in the mirror. It's a struggle to convey, but can't be more clearer. Crystal, crystal. This day is worldwide and well known. More reason it's overlooked and overthrown. It's so significant for your acknowledgement to be recognized. It's so significant for your acknowledgement to be recognized.
Day one, he formed the heavens and the earth, and he spoke the light into the darkness. Day two, the waters are set apart. Day three, green stretching border to border. Day four, sun and moon receive their orders. Day five, creatures in the water and all over. Day six, blew life into man and all the beasts. Day seven, he rested, so we praise and feast. So Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all my Aki. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all my Cody. Shalom, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Baraka Atah,
Now read scriptures
Palau,
and then feast.
He placed the sun and moon in the expanse, so the day and the night can have a chance. The years, the months, the festivals, the Ruach is enhanced. He got us out the mud. He formed a man, extracted a rib, and formed a woman. There's a tree that bears fruit.
Just stay away from it.
It possesses knowledge.
Good and evil is upon it.
You shall surely die if you ever snack on it. Enjoy yourselves. I'll check on you in a few.
I'll be back.
Hey, where you at? And who told you to cover you? Blame it all on the serpent, but it was some of you. Now go rule the land, the creatures in the water, the mountains and the sky, but stay within the border.
Baby, my creation, and all this is yours.
This is why
It's so significant for your acknowledgement.
to be recognized.
It's so significant for your acknowledgement.
Be recognized.
He formed the heavens and the earth, then he spoke the light into the darkness. Day two, the waters are set apart. Day three, green stretching border to border. Day four, sun and moon receive their orders. Day five, creatures in the water and all over. Day six, blew life into man and all the beasts. Day seven, he rested, so we praise and feast. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all my Aki. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all my Cody. Shalom, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Baraka Atah,
Now read scriptures
Palau.
and then feast.
All right. So that is Observe My Shabbat. That song and other songs as well is available on our website. Our Aki Chris Yahoo has uploaded some songs earlier today. So there are songs there. There's some other songs that we do need to upload that's not there yet, but you'll find this one on there as well. If you enjoyed it, you'll find it there. All right. So now we're going to get into our study. So I'm going to do a summary, a quick summary of the first three sequences. Okay, now for those of you who have not followed us on our study, real quick, a sequence is a chain of events, a series of things that are in order placed next to one another in an event. Okay, what we're finding out as you're reading the book of Revelation, what you're going to find that there are 8 sequences in the book of Revelation. That number 8 is not by coincidence, it's not by happenstance. The number 8, as many of you know, is a renewing, it is eternity, hence the number 8 for infinity. So, that being said, we find 8 sequences, and the 8th sequence is not by coincidence where we get into a new heaven and a new earth with the new Yahushalom coming down from the heavens. But let's digress. So, the very first sequence that we did. Oh yes, I got to turn off the what you call it here. Yes, turn off the chat. Thank you to the Ata. You know your Aki be forgetting so quick. I just be so excited to share about this truth. I just get to forget. All right, it is off now. So starting with the first sequence, remember it had to do with the 7 assemblies. Okay, and the 7 assemblies are Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. You may know it as Laodicea. And you'll find it here in these chapters. Again, what I'm showing you here, this outline is available on our website, on the link tree. And each description of what we're talking about, the introduction where Yohanan was given the purpose of why Hazon, or to say the unveiling. And then we go in and it talks about the 7 types of believers. You have the loveless believers, the persecuted believers, the compromising believers, the corrupt believers, the dead believers, the faithful believers, and the lukewarm believers. Right after the assembly, which is a 2,000-year period, we find that Yohanan was taken up in Revelation 4:1. He sees what's taking place in the Shamaim in the heaven. He sees a pyro show, a pyrotechnic, as I would like to say, in the heavens where he saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noises. And then he sees the 4 living beings that are giving praise to Yahuwah, who's sitting on the throne, and the 24 elders that cast their crowns before the throne. And then after that, Yohanan sees a lamb who was slain before the foundation of the world, who takes the scroll out of him who sits on the right throne, or who sits on the throne out of his right hand, excuse me. And then it says, all the hosts of Shamaim praise the Lamb. This was the changing of the guard up in the Shamaim in the throne room. It is at this point, at the end of the first sequence, that would follow that event would be the 5th sequence, which we haven't got to yet, which is the 7 bowls. And then the battle at Armageddon that transpires right after the 7 bowls have been released. Then after that comes the millennial reign, which is the 7th sequence. And then we go through the final rebellion through the 7th sequence, which is the war of Gog and Magog, when Satan is released for a little time. And then the day of judgment, of the great white throne judgment. This is the 2nd resurrection. Then comes the new Shamaim and the Arats. That is the 8th sequence. So that's how, if you was to follow the first sequence, the very next would not be the 2nd sequence. The 2nd sequence, which we're getting ready to go over, is showing you a different angle of the same event. Okay, so let's go there. So the second one, the 2nd sequence, remember, has to do with the 7 seals. And that starts off going from Revelation chapter 6, going all the way to Revelation 8:5. Is what the 2nd sequence has to do with, okay? And so the first seal, we talked about this, about the white horse. This was the COVID-19 that happened back in 2019. And then we had the 2nd seal, which is going on right now, which is the red horse. That is the commencing of a world war. This is what's starting now. And then the 3rd seal is what's going to be the outcome of the red horse. With the war comes food rationing. And this is where I put possibility that the mark of the beast will be instituted. And then once the 4th seal happens, we find out that 1/4 of the earth's population is in chaos. Many shall perish. 1/4 of the earth's population will be gone. Then the 5th seal lets us know that we are deep into the great tribulation, because we see here that the believers are being murdered for what they believe in. They're being beheaded for their testimony in Yahusha. And then we have the 6th seal. This is the great earthquake. Darkness is upon the land, and the wrath of the Lamb is about to commence. Now we're taken back where the 144,000 are sealed. Because if you notice, the 2nd seal, the 2nd sequence has to do with sealing. Okay, we have the 7 seals, and now we're talking about sealing the 144,000, 12,000 from each tribe. So it's a regress. possibly to the third seal, or maybe even to the second. Speaking of second or the third seal, because again, if the mark is coming out, that lets you know that we are starting into the Great Tribulation. This is why the fifth seal, we see the martyrs who are being unalive for keeping the Amunah. And so after the sealing of the 144,000, we read about how Yohanan said in Revelation 7:9 that there was a great crowd of believers that no one could number. He just got done hearing the number in his hearing that there was 144,000 that were sealed, but then his attention was drawn towards a whole bunch of people who didn't, or who weren't numbered. It just said that it was a great crowd of them up there before the throne. And so we find out that these are the ones who came out of the Great Tribulation. This would be the first resurrection. And now we come to them all being in heaven. The host of the Shamaim, again, is giving praise, just like in the first sequence. And then the seventh seal occurs. This is when the silence goes down. This is when the great wrath of Yahuwah is about to commence, which we know is the seven bowls or vials. And so then we see the lights and the sounds, the pyrotechnics once again goes on. Noises, thunderings, and lightnings, and a great earthquake. And what follows this would be the fifth sequence, and along that would be the seventh, and then the eighth. Now we go to the third sequence. And so now the third sequence, now we're here in Revelation chapter 6, where it talks about the seven trumpets. We went over this last week, where it talks about how the first trumpet, there was a third of the trees that were burning and a lot of the plants and the grass. And then the second trumpet, there was a third of the sea life and a third of the ships that were destroyed. The third trumpet, a third of the rivers and the springs were contaminated. The fourth trumpet, a third of the lights diminished, talking about the sun, moon, and the stars. And then this angel said that there was three woes yet to come. And so we know that this is the marking of what we know as the Great Tribulation. Next three trumpets happened during the Great Tribulation. The fifth trumpet, this is the first woe. We're not told that it was a third of the angels that fell, but we know it has to do with a third because everything else that was part of this sequence had to do with a third of the trees, third of the sea life, third of the rivers, a third of the lights being diminished. So definitely this has to be the third of the angels that followed Satan out of heaven. So this is what the fifth trumpet is all about, the one that a lot of people like to call the locust army. And they had a king. His name was Abaddon in the Hebrew, Apollyon in the Greek. This is none other than Hashatan. You may know him as Lucifer, real name Halal. And so it goes on and says, we hear about the mighty Malach, the mighty angel. We read about this last week. We believe, or from what I'm seeing, let me say what I believe. I believe this is our Messiah, who is once again being described as this mighty messenger, having 1 foot on the water and 1 foot on the earth. And he swore by him who lives forever and ever that there shall be no longer any delay, that at the sounding, before the sounding of the seventh trumpet, all the mystery of Yahuwah shall be revealed as he has told to his prophets. Okay, but yet John was told he couldn't say what the seven thunders had uttered. He was told not to write it. And so then we read about how Yohanan took the scroll out of the hand of this mighty angel, which is the same scroll that was given to the Lamb, because the Lamb is this mighty angel, if everything is correct. That means that the same scroll that the Lamb took from him who sat on the throne and unbroke these seals that was on this scroll is the same scroll that this mighty angel that John was told to go to him and take the scroll out of his hand. And he says that he is to eat it and it would be sweet in his mouth, but it would be bitter in his stomach. So once he understood the great news, it was sweet in his mouth. It was sweet to knowing that he was invited. But when he consumed it, when it started marinating in his gut, he starts to understand the depth of what was going to happen before we are all snatched and living forever before Yahuwah. So there's some dark days that are ahead of us. And so it goes on and says here, also about the prophecy, the two witnesses. Now, we spoke about the two witnesses last week, about how the two witnesses are to prophesy for 1,260 days or 42 months or 3.5 years, a times and half a time. Now, as we were talking about the two witnesses last week, remember, some believe that it's Enoch and Elijah. Some believe it's Elijah and Moses. Some believe that it's John and Elijah. John meaning John the Revelator, the one who wrote the book of Revelation, because of what the Messiah said, that what is it to you, Peter, if I should allow this disciple to live until I return? You just go and do what I've told you to do. You can read about that in the last chapter of the Great News of John. And so it says, and it went out from that point that many people said, oh, John's not going to see death. But that's not what the Messiah was saying. I believe, and this is me personally, I believe what the Messiah was saying, he was foreshadowing how he was going to reveal what we know today as the book of Revelation, where he saw the second coming. And this is what we see at the very beginning of the book of Revelation, when he says, behold, he comes with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and all those who pierced him shall mourn. So he saw the second coming. Okay, and so from there, we see that the witnesses were unalived. Oh, I forgot the other ones that they could be are the two houses. Okay, what I mean by the two houses, some people believe it's the northern tribe and the southern tribe, or the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. The northern tribes known as the 10 lost tribes, and the southern tribe that is known as the kingdom of Yahudah or Judah, aligned with Benjamin and the Levitical priesthood. Okay, some people believe that that's the two witnesses. Others believe it's the Gentiles that have been grafted in with the natural branch, which is Israel, the DNA Israel, the true Israelites. Now, which one is it? We're going to find out. We're all are going to find out. If we are the witnesses right now, the Gentiles and those who are DNA Israel, then we're living it, and we won't know until all this is said and done. But if the two witnesses are still to come, then we're going to find out who they are. Now, there was one thing that I didn't get to mention here, but it talks about how these two witnesses were unalived in a city that is spiritually called Sodom in Egypt. It's the place where our Messiah was pierced or was unalived. So we know it's Yahushalom. But why is it spiritually called Sodom in Egypt? Because spiritually, the people, his people, that's where their mind is. They're Sodomites and they're Egyptians in the mind. So I just wanted to bring that out. Okay, so now let's continue here as we go down what we were talking about as far as the summary. And so it goes on and says that they were unalived, and when they were unalived, they came back alive after 3.5 days, these two witnesses, whoever they may be or whatever they may be. And it says that they were caught up, they heard the words come up here, and they were taken. And so it goes on and says in Revelation 11:14, 2 woes have passed. The third woe is coming. Now, the third woe is the trumpet, the seventh trumpet. We spoke about this earlier last week. Again, how did Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 22, talked about how that at the last trumpet, the dead in the Messiah shall be raised from the grave, and those that are alive at his appearing shall be changed in the twinkling of an eye. How would Paul know this? Paul didn't know this. It was given to him by the inspiration of the Spirit, by the Ruach HaKadosh. The Ruach, the Spirit, revealed this to Paul, Shaul, real name. The book of Revelation wasn't even written yet. And so here we find in the book of Revelation the seventh trumpet. And what is the seventh trumpet? The seventh trumpet has to do with the resurrection. You can read about it starting in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, where it says that those who are dead, who are the prophets and the set apart ones, the saints, it was time for them to receive their reward. How can the dead receive their reward unless they were resurrected? And if they were resurrected, why is this happening in the seventh trumpet and not the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, or the sixth trumpet? It happens at the seventh trumpet, the same trumpet that Paul was given insight on, to where he calls it the last trumpet. So if there's only 7 trumpets and the seventh trumpet is talking about the dead being raised, then this has to be the same last trumpet that Paul is talking about. There is not another last trumpet. There's only one last trumpet, and that last trumpet is the seventh trumpet. Okay, so let's continue. Then it goes on and says, after this trumpet, we know that this is the rapture. This is after the tribulation of those days. And then we hear the loud voices in the heavens The announcement of Yah's kingdom has come from the heaven, just like we say, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in the heavens. Okay. And then what happens? We're all seeing this. We're all witnessing this. The 24 elders fall down. They're giving praise to Yahuwah. And then we see the events that are spoken, that the wrath is about to come and the resurrection has just taken place. And then we have these heavenly pyrotechnics again, lights and sounds, which are lightnings, noises, and thunderings, and earthquakes, and great hail. And you can read about that in Revelation chapter 11, verse 19. Just like the other two prior sequences, you read about the same thing, the lightning, the thunderings, the noises, and the earthquake. Now, the fourth sequence. We talked about this a little bit last week as well, the so-called unholy trinity. Okay, I like to call it the diabolical trinity, because we know there's no such thing as a trinity, even with the Father, Son, and Spirit. It is all one. Yahusha is Yahuwah. He is the Father. Isaiah 9:6. He shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty Al, Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. The Son would be called this. The child that was given to us shall be called this. Okay? So there is no Trinity. There is a diabolical Trinity, because the whole Trinity belief system stems from Satan, who gave it to man in Babylon. Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz is a diabolical Trinity. Isis, Osiris, and Horus is the Egyptian diabolical Trinity. And then you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which is the Catholic diabolical Trinity that's also been given to the Protestants. So all in all, what you're finding and what we're seeing here is, again, when the great deception comes, when the time of what we call the Great Tribulation occurs, this diabolical Trinity shall be upon the earth. And so what we read last week was that this dragon, who has the 7 heads and 10 horns, he is Satan. And he's going to give his power to the beast who comes up out of the sea. This is who we would call the false Messiah. And then it goes on and talks about in Revelation 12 about how this woman that had the 12 garland of stars on her head, who was clothed with the sun and standing on the moon, this represents the 144,000, also known as Israel. The woman was saved as she was promised in Revelation 12:6, and also was promised in Revelation 3:10 as the assembly of Philadelphia. I shall also keep you from the hour of trial that shall come upon the whole world to test those who dwell upon the earth. It's the same people. It's the 144,000 household. And so then when this happens, at the same time, there is a war in the heavens. This is where Michael and his angels fought against Satan and his angels, and Satan and his angels were not strong enough, nor were there room for them anymore in the heavens, and they were earthbound. This is what we know in 2 Thessalonians as when the restrainer has been removed, then the anti-Messiah shall be revealed. That is the beginning of the Great Tribulation. Who is he who stands out of the way, and then at that time he shall be revealed? It's the Archangel Michael. This is what we're reading in Revelation chapter 12, and you can read about it in Daniel chapter 12 as well. At that time, the chief of your people, Michael, shall stand for Israel. And then there shall be a time like no other time, nor ever shall be. This is the Great Tribulation. So then we go on, and it sees here that the 144 are taken. They are the ones who are taken by the great 2 great wings of an eagle, symbolically speaking, and was taken out into a place. And we're not talking about over at Petros either. They're not going to Petra. No, we are told in Revelation 14 that the 144,000 were taken to heaven. Revelation 14:1 to Revelation 14:5. Okay, they are the first fruits of men. They are the first to be redeemed from the earth. They are the first to be resurrected. They are not resurrected. They are the first to be taken, not resurrected. They were changed in the twinkling of an eye. Okay, and then we go here to the 6 angels, and it talks. The first 3 give warning. The last 3 give harvesting. So this is where we're going to pick up from today, starting in Revelation chapter 14. Going on, and I'm going to start from the 144,000 being taken up to heaven, and we're going to go in until we run out of time. All right, so with that being said, let me open up my book. We're going to Hazon. For those of you who are following, we are going to Revelation chapter 14. Let me prop this side up. All right. And so we see here, Revelation chapter 14, Hazon 14, verse 1. And it reads, "And I looked and saw a lamb," we know that to be the Messiah, "standing on Mount Zion." Where is Mount Zion? This is the heavenly Mount Zion. This is not on the earth. And where it says, "And with him 144,000, having his Father's name written upon their foreheads. And I heard a voice out of the heaven, out of Shammah, like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of a loud thunder. And I heard the sound of the harpists playing their harps. And they sang a renewed song before the throne, one throne, before the throne, and before the four living beings and the elders, that is the 24 elders. And no one was able to learn the song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. Now we're about to get in some sticky stuff here, and I'm going to say this again, as I've always shared it, as every time I get into this, about who the 144,000 are. Listen to this. They, that is the 144,000, are those who are not defiled, who were not defiled with women. They are virgins or maidens. Let me stop right there. There is nothing wrong with having consensual intimacy with your husband or your wife. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing defiled about a husband and a wife coming together in a set apart matrimony, if you will, because the bed is set apart. I'm trying to say the blood and the bed at the same time. The bed is set apart. Okay? That bed is clean. It's kadash. It is not defiled. This is speaking of something else. It has nothing to do with consensual intimacy. This has to do with what we call religiosity. This has to do with religion, a mindset, a heart posture. Has nothing to do with the 144,000 Jewish boys who never had intimacy. Has nothing to do with that. Again, for those of you who have ears to hear, please hear what the Spirit, the Ruach, is saying to the assemblies. They are those who were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. They are those following the Lamb wherever he leads them on. Okay, so again, to show you that the women here is religion, has to do the same thing with everything that you see in the book of Revelation when it talks about a woman, like Jezebel. Let's go back there. Revelation chapter 2, verse 20. "Behold, I hold against you those or you that follow or allow that woman, Jezebel," you may know her as Jezebel, "who calls herself a prophetess." Notice she calls herself a prophetess. Others don't call her a prophetess. She names herself. She witnesses to herself. And she's teaching and she's leading my servants. This is what the Creator is saying. She is leading my servants astray. How? Commit whoring and to eat food offered to idols. This word whoring right here, you all know what it means. This isn't physical intimacy with a prostitute. This is spiritual. This is spiritual verbiage. This is spiritual words. The same thing with the 144,000 here is not 144,000 Jewish youngsters going around and claiming themselves to be Jews and that they are innocent and they're pure and they've never had intimacy with a woman. This is not what this is talking about. Nor does it say, just because it says that they were not defiled with a woman makes them all male. This is what happens when you're thinking in the flesh and not according to the Spirit. So again, let me show you another woman. Remember this woman here? Where are we at here? Yes. Chapter 12. "A great sign was seen in the heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars." Now, if we go down and talks about how this woman was pregnant and she cried out and she gave birth and she gave birth to a male child who was to shepherd all the nations with a rod of iron. Who is this? We know this to be the Messiah. He came from this woman. Who does the woman represent? If you go to Genesis chapter 37, verse 9, we talked about this last week. Remember Joseph, the dreamer, one of the 12 boys of Israel? He had a dream. He said that he saw the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bow down to him. It's talking about Israel, the body, the 144,000. And so this is why it says this woman mindset is pure. Her mindset is doing the will of Yahuwah. Her mindset is to do the commandments and live in the commandments. Does she mess up? Probably not that much, because we're told that she is clean, she's pure, she has made herself ready. And so she was given a place that was prepared by Yahuwah Elohim for what? 1,260 days. And it says down here that she was given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness to her place, speaking of this woman, where she is nourished for a time, times and half a time. So this woman is clean. She's pure. She is not one of these religions, one of these denominations. These 144,000 is doing the will of Yahuwah. And so they are the ones that we read here in Revelation chapter 14, who was caught up. They were taken to Mount Zion. This was the place that was prepared for her, the 144,000. And where was she at? She was there with the Lamb. Who's the Lamb? The Messiah. And who's the Messiah? He is the mighty one. He is the creator of us all. And so they were the only ones who were able to sing this song. And this is why it says they are those who are not defiled with religion, with women, for they are virgins, they are clean. This is why the Creator says that we are his bride. We are not to play the harlot like Israel did and like the house of Judah did, who was more treacherous than her sister, Jeremiah chapter 3. We're to be found without any spot, blemish, or wrinkle, just like the 5 wise virgins and not the 5 foolish virgins. Somebody have an ear to hear? Matthew chapter 25. There was the 10 virgins, the parable of the 10 virgins. Are those virgins only men? Are those virgins only women? Of course not. You know that it's not that way. It's symbolic speech. It's figure of language. And so it's the same here. These are metaphorical, symbolic words that we are to use to understand and analyze them, to realize and recognize who we are being told about, because this is all symbology. Not all of Revelation is all symbolic. Where symbolism is to be applied, you apply it. Where symbolism is not to be applied, you don't apply it. And so this is talking about religion. Let me show you another one. Let's go to the book of Daniel. This is why people say this about the anti-Messiah, the false Messiah. Messiah. Daniel chapter 11, I believe is where it is. Yes. Daniel chapter 11 says this about the false Messiah. Starting at verse 36, this is chapter 11 of Daniel, and it says, "And the sovereign, the king, shall do as he pleases and exalt himself." Just like it says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, that he will exalt himself above all other mighty ones. He exalts himself, okay? Be great. He shows himself to be great above every mighty one. Yours will say above every God, and speak incredible matters against the mighty of mighty ones, and shall prosper until the wrath. What wrath? The wrath of Yahuwah has come and it's been accomplished. That's the 7 bowls, the 7 vials found in Revelation chapter 16. For what has been decreed, or what's been determined, shall be done. It shall be completed. And have no regard for mighty ones. Notice what we're talking about here. It's talking about religion, okay? It's talking about how this king, this anti-Messiah, he is going to elevate himself above everything that is called a God. He's going to do things that others have not done. And it says, and he has no regard for any mighty ones, any GODSs. And then it goes on and says, of his fathers, nor for the desire of women. Why is that thrown in there? And then it goes right on to say, and nor have regard for any mighty one or any God, but exalt himself above them all. So is this desire of woman saying that he's gay? Or is it speaking of something else, symbolically speaking, like what we're reading in Revelation chapter 14 about these young men, as many like to say, which is not young men. This could be women also. It could be old. It can be young. It could be an elder. It can be a youth. But they were not defiled with women. They are virgins. So when we see this here, nor for the desire of women, it's talking about he had no desire for religions. nor have regard for any God, but exalted himself above all other GODS's. Let me read this out of the King James Version. Ezekiel, Daniel, chapter 11, and this was verse 37. Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers. Okay, the God of his fathers. And here in the King James Version, it's pointing as if it's talking about the fathers of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Hence why it says, regard the mighty one of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God. So again, you got to put this in context. Is it saying that he's gay, or is it talking about that these women have to do something with some type of worship to some type of deity? I think you can see it. I think you can see it without me having to go in deeper, that this women or this woman that we're reading about, I shouldn't say women, but that what it's talking about here is describing, let me go back to Revelation chapter 14, that is being described that they have not defiled themselves with women is not talking about them having sexual intimacy. It's talking about religion. Okay? If you don't see that, I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is that you need to ask Abba Yahuwah to give you understanding, to have spiritual understanding of these spiritual matters, because that's exactly what it's talking about. It's not talking about them being virgins, as we would say physically. This is talking spiritually, just like he always talks about. This is what the Messiah came and spoke to us about, things spiritually. Okay? We are to be born again spiritually. That's what it means to be born from above, like he told Nicodemus in John chapter 3. Let's continue. And it says that they were redeemed from among men, being first fruits to Alua Elohim and to the Lamb. So for them to be first fruits, that means that they were the first ones to be taken. These are the same ones that we read about in Revelation chapter 3:10. They are the assembly of Philadelphia. They're the ones that have been promised to be kept from the hour of trial that shall come upon the whole world. And then it goes on and says, and in their mouth, whose mouth? The 144,000. Their mouth was found no falsehood, meaning that they did not speak any lies. What do you mean they didn't speak any lies? They didn't say stuff like God and Lord and Jesus and Christ and Jehovah and Yahweh and Buddha and Krishna and all these other so-called deities. These weren't the names that was given to us. And in these last days and time, this is why he's saying he's coming back for a bride without spot or wrinkle, because he's removing these things. You want to be stubborn? You want to be stiff-necked? You want to be hard-headed? You want to continue to say Jesus? You want to continue to say Lord? You want to continue to say God? You go right on ahead. But his people who love him, they're going to remove those names out of their mouth, just like it says in Exodus chapter 23. Exodus chapter 23, verse 13 says this. And in all that I have said to you, take heed and make no mention of the name of other mighty ones. Your translation will say, make no mention of the names of other gods. Well, the word God in itself is a name. Yes, it's a title, but at the same time, it's a name. We shouldn't be saying it. The only reason why I'm saying it is because I'm sharing. But that's not my normal conversation. I don't go around saying God. When I speak to my Akis and Akodis, I don't say, yes, man, we got to pray to God. I don't say that. Nor do they say that to me, because we know to keep those things out of our mouth. We only speak those things when we have to speak to others so that we can edify someone to know the truth. That's it. Like the Apostle Shaul would say, Paul would say, try to become all things to all men, hoping to save some, but yet without sin, without transgressing the law of Alua Elohim. So this is what the 144,000 are doing. They are very careful with the words that come out of their mouth, because they know what the Messiah said. What did he say? He said, you shall give an account for every idle word that proceeds out of your mouth. Yeah, you want to keep joking. You want to make sexual jokes. You want to say things of the president. You want to say things of a prime minister. You want to say things that you know that you shouldn't be saying. If Yahuwah was truly in your presence, you wouldn't say certain things. And if you know that he is with you always, you're going to guard your mouth. You're going to guard your actions. You're not going to do certain things because you know he's watching you. It'd be just like you going down a aisle in Walmart and you know there's got all those domes in the sky that are watching you. You're not going to shoplift. You're going to be on your best behavior. Well, we should be doing the same thing when it comes to our Creator because he's watching us constantly. You should be on your best behavior. And so you shouldn't be saying these certain things. And so the 144,000, they have removed these lies out of their mouth. They're not calling him God and Lord and Jesus and Christ. They've graduated to the next level. They're going back, as it says in Malachi chapter 4, that the spirit of Elijah will come upon the people and it will take the fathers' hearts back to the children and the children's hearts back to the forefathers. And that's what's happening right now in these last days. For those of you who have eyes to see and ears to hear, to come out of those places, of those pagan temples called churches. And so then it goes on and says that they are blameless before the throne of Yahuwah Elohim. Why? Because they're clean, they're pure. The blood of the Messiah is covering them. Their nakedness shall not be seen. Whatever things that they have done in the past, it shall not be brought or into remembrance before Abba Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. I hope that is for all of us. And so now we go on to verse 6. And I saw another messenger flying in the midst of heaven, holding the everlasting great news, we call it the Basora, to announce to those dwelling on the Arats, on the earth, even to every people and tribe and tongue and ethnic group, saying with a loud voice, fear Yahuwah Elohim and give him esteem, because the hour of his judgment has come. Notice what it says, because the hour of his judgment has come. But wait a minute. We've been reading since Revelation chapter 4, or I should say chapter 6, all these judgments like the 6 seals, right? And then the 7th seal. And then we read about the 6 trumpets and then the 7th trumpet. So why are we talking about his wrath has come now, that his judgment has come? Wasn't it already going? No, it wasn't going yet, but it is now. Why? Because 144,000 isn't on the earth. They were chose to be removed. The Messiah had promised them that they wouldn't be here. And so right after the 144,000 are gone, notice what happens. Fear Yahuwah Elohim and give him esteem, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of water. So what is he doing? He's taking back everyone's attention, not to your Christian or our Christian understanding that we once had. There might be some of you who still have it that are listening to me right now. He's telling us to come out of her, my people. Revelation 18 verse 4. May we become that pure bride. May we not be connected to this harlot. Again, a woman, letting you know the mindset. We're talking about religion. And who is this harlot that's sitting on the red beast? It's Catholicism. It is none other than the Catholic Church. She is the mother church, and she has daughters. They're called Protestants, and they're strewn all over this Arats. They're all over the world. This is what Satan has used. This is his primary tool to deceive the masses, is using Christianity. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but you need to look into what it is that you believe in. You believed in something without testing it. And that has got to be the worst thing that anyone can do, without testing what it is that you say you believe in. You put your trust in something and you don't even know for certain, other than you have told yourself, oh, this is the truth. Oh yeah, well, prove it. Prove it to me that it's the truth, and I'll prove to you that Christianity is a lie. But don't get me going down that skirt right now, because if I go down that street, we're going to be down that way for a long time and be stuck in a cul-de-sac. So let's continue on this highway as we're talking about this revelation, because it is revealing the plan of our Messiah. And so in verse 7 it says, saying with a loud voice, fear Yahuwah Elohim and give him esteem, because the hour of his judgment has come. So now we know we're in the great tribulation. And it says, and worship him who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and the fountains of water. Well, we know who created everything. It was the Son, the S-O-N, the one that we call Yahusha. You may call him by the pagan name Jesus, that is given honor to Zeus. Yes, it is he who created the heavens and the earth. And then it goes on and says, verse 8, and another messenger followed, saying, Babel, or Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she has made all the nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her whoring. This again is talking about the Catholic Church. And a third messenger followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships the beast and his image, who's the beast and the image? Oh, a lot of you Christians are going to get mad at me right now who's listening. But my brothers and sisters who know this truth, they're there to understand, and they defend this truth, because whom the Son has set free has been set free indeed. Who's given us the beast? Who is the beast? My friend, it is Jesus. Who is the image? What's the image of the beast? It's the one that the Roman Catholics gave you. It's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed C.J. Borgia that the whole world knows. This is why when President Trump put on his whatever is his Truth Media, whatever it is that he has, his app, and he had this post that he was supposedly putting his hand on the forehead of some veteran who was in the bed at a hospital. You seen this cartoon thing? What did all the Christians cry out? Oh, President Trump is trying to make himself out to be Jesus. How is it that you take an image like that and you already know that this is what this represents? It's because you believed in the image. You've taken the image into your heart. Don't you see it? Somebody shows me an image, I'm not going to all of a sudden just say, oh, that's Jesus. He's trying to act like he's Jesus. It's because you believe in the imagery. If President Trump was nailed to a cross, you would say the same thing. Oh, he's trying to portray Jesus. First of all, our Messiah, who's not called Jesus, he was never pegged to a cross. He was pegged to a pole. His hands were above his head, not stretched out to the left and to the right of him. This is the imagery. This is the image of jealousy that it speaks about in the book of Ezekiel. This is the image that has caused jealousy to rouse up in our Creator because we have committed the second commandment and we broke it. What did he say about the second commandment, Christians? You don't know it because you don't even read it. You probably don't even know where to find it. It's in Exodus chapter 20. And the second commandment, which the Catholics changed because they're idol worshipers, it says that you're not to make any idols or images, anything in the heavens or anything on the earth or anything under the earth. But what did they do? They gave you the image. This is the image. If anyone worships the beast, Jesus, and his image, the cross, and receives his mark upon his forehead or upon his hand, that's still to come. You can't buy, sell, or trade unless you have this mark. Revelation 13. We read this last week right here. Verse 17, that no one should be able to buy or sell except he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Did you know that the vicar of Christ means or adds up to 666? Did you know that? And did you know that the vicar of Christ means that he is the regent or he's in the place of the Messiah? How dastardly of a blasphemy of words is that? And then they can't even keep it in the same city. They done changed locations. They call the Vatican the eternal city. But the Messiah says throughout his word that it's Jerusalem that is the eternal city. Come on, somebody. How are they going to change the location and then tell you that this is where the truth came from, and then they give it a new label and they call it Christianity? Christianity didn't start in Jerusalem. Christianity started in Rome. If Christianity started in Jerusalem, then it should have started when the Messiah gave the Great Commission to the 12 disciples. Christianity should have been born at that very moment, but it wasn't. Christianity was born 300 years later in Rome. And so it goes on and says that we see we're in the Great Tribulation. It says again, if anyone worships the beast and his image and receives his mark upon his forehead or upon his hand, he also shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Alua Elohim, not the wrath of Satan, the wrath of your creator and my creator. It is going to be poured out undiluted, meaning it's going to be at its full strength into the cup of his wrath. And he shall be tortured, talking about anyone who takes the image or the mark or the name and they worship this beast. It says, and they shall be tortured with fire and sulfur before the set apart messengers. That would be the set apart angels, and before the Lamb, before the Messiah. And it says, and their smoke, their torture goes up forever and ever. And they who have taken this mark, receive the name of the beast, they shall receive no rest, day or night, those worshiping the beast and his image. Also, if anyone receives the mark of his name. And again, what is the mark of the name? It's Jesus. We done changed the name of the Messiah to Zeus, just like it was back in the day of Antiochus Epiphanes. If you haven't read the first book of Maccabees, you should go back and read it. Or you should go and read it if you never read it. History is repeating itself. What Antiochus Epiphanes did by bringing up an army, soldiers coming up to the Most High Place in Yahushalom, in Jerusalem, they went in and they tore up the place, the Most High Place. You may know it as the Holy of Holies. And what did they do? They erected an image of Zeus, to Zeus. And then they slaughtered a pig, pork, on the altar before Zeus, that is now in the Most High Place. How does that fit with Christianity, spiritually speaking? Well, let me tell you. First of all, Zeus is Jesus. You say Jesus. Our Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters pronounce it correctly. Jesus. It means hail or praise to Zeus. Your pastor, preacher, and teacher ain't going to tell you that because they've been bought in. They done put money in. They've been at this thing for a long time in their seminary schools. And just like you and me, they were probably raised in Sunday school. So they've been brainwashed to the T, just like you and me. But now, because of the favor of our Abba Yahuwah, he has opened up our eyes of our understanding to remove the veil that Satan has put over our eyes. And he's allowed us to see his truth. And so you have a lot of people who have accepted Jesus into their heart, their Most High Place, the Holy of Holies. They have erected an image of Zeus and they call him Jesus or Jesus. And what do? They tell you, you can slaughter pigs. You can eat pork, baby back ribs. You can eat pork chops. You can eat bacon that's slapping you in the face like Anthony Mitchell says in the morning because it wakes you up out of your bed. You can go ahead and continue to eat the defiled thing and continue to upset Yahuwah with anger and jealousy, and wrath is coming for you because you, my friend, have done exactly what Antiochus Epiphanes has done with the second temple. You and I, if the spirit of Yahuwah is dwelling in you, which he is, because if you have breath in your lungs, that breath came from the Ruach. It came from the spirit. He's the one who has given everyone who's come into this world a piece of his spirit, just like it says in John chapter 1. He's gave a little bit of light to everyone who's come into this world. And you're going to defile it by claiming Jesus as your Lord and Savior? You have erected an image of Zeus in your heart. It's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed character from Rome. And you call upon his name constantly. I know this is a hard understanding to take in. And I know many of you right now who are listening to me are probably saying, this is a false prophet. I have been sent, but I am not false. And on that day of judgment, he will declare to you that what you have been told on this day, if you don't accept it, that it was true and you didn't receive it. And so what will happen to you? You're going to be burning before these set apart messengers and before the Lamb forever and ever without no rest day or night. It's an eternal damnation, eternal punishment. Verse 12, again, remember, we're talking about the Great Tribulation. Here is the endurance. Here is the patience of the set apart ones. Yours may say of the saints. Here are those keeping the commandments of Alua Alahim. Yours would say keeping the commandments of God. And the belief that is the testimony of Yahusha, the Messiah. So as I always like to do when I read a passage like this in Revelation chapter 14, verse 12, it's talking about both the Old and the New Testament. These people that is talking about here in verse 12 is a well-rounded believer. They know the Tanakh, that is the Torah, the prophets, and the writings. And they have the witness, the testimony, the writings. They believe in the writings of the Messiah who came and was unalived on their behalf for their transgressions of breaking the law. And I heard a voice out of the Shama saying to me, "Right, Baruch are the dead who die in the Master from now on." Someone had asked me a question. Why don't you believe in the second Exodus? Because the second Exodus, if you understand what these people are teaching, they're telling you you're not going to die. Now, I'm not saying you're not going to die. I'm not saying that you are going to die. What I am sharing with you is what it says right here. There are people that are supposed to die who know this truth. The only ones who are going to be kept from this hour of trial, again, hear me clear, is the 144,000. It's not Christians. It's not the church. It's not the New Testament believers. How do I know this? How do we know this? Well, for number one, we just talked about the image and the name of the beast. We know that to be Jesus, and we know that image to be the blonde hair, blue-eyed image on that cross. The Messiah never gave us none of this stuff. These are the same ones who have called Jesus their Lord and Savior. They've asked him into their heart, which is the most high place, and they eat whatever they want. They could care less about the dietary laws. So they don't love Yahuwah because they're not doing what he said. And Yahuwah says, when you love me, you're going to keep my instructions. You're going to keep my commandments. But many Christendom, or I should say many people in Christianity, in Christendom, this is exactly who it's identifying. They are these people. But for us, who stay strong to the bitter end, even if it means till death, you shall receive a crown of life. So when someone tells me, "Oh, why don't you believe in the second Exodus?" Because the scripture says that some of us are going to die, and it doesn't say anything about it in the book of Revelation that you and I are going to escape to a place where that's where we're going to be. The only ones who are going to be there is the 144,000. So they like to take Revelation chapter 12 and they twist it and say, well, there's a second Exodus coming, just like the first Exodus. They're going to go out of Egypt. That second Exodus has already transpired. If you want to call it a second Exodus, you're already in it. You are in the wilderness of the peoples. You're in the wilderness of the nations right now. We have been scattered to the four corners of the earth, even you Gentiles who have been called by the name of Yahuwah. You are in the four corners of the earth right now. We're not in the promised land. And as long as you're not in the promised land, you are in the wilderness. So you are right now in the second Exodus. You are in your 40 year of the 40th Jubilee. 50 times 40 is 2,000 years. We are almost at the end of the 2,000 year period to enter into the millennial reign, the 1,000-year reign, which is the 7th millennium, which is the Sabbath millennium, which is the rest. We haven't entered yet. So there is no second Exodus to come as if you're being saved, but you're in the second Exodus now and you're being told the truth, and you have to see if you're going to go underneath the bond of the agreement. If you read it in Ezekiel chapter 22, he specifically lines it out for you. And he says, all of you who will not adhere to this information, all of you who want to be stiff-necked and hard-headed, just like your ancestors who came before you, who was in the wilderness for 40 years, your corpses are going to fall on this side of the Jordan. You are not entering into the promised land. And that's exactly what it says in Ezekiel chapter 22. And so that's what's going to happen. There are people right now every day dying. They're in their wilderness experience, and many of them have not come to this truth that you're hearing today. Many of them are still being very disobedient, and they are not following the commandments of Yahuwah. Many of them are wanting to continue to live like the nations around them, just like the children of Israel. Many of them continue to follow the dictates of the nations. They want a king. They want to do their celebrations. They want to keep their holidays. They want to follow after their GODs, just like Jesus. Again, that wasn't given to us by the Messiah. How did the Messiah, who was dark, turn so Caucasian, if I could put it that way? Because I don't want anybody saying, "Oh, this guy's speaking racism. It's always about color." No, it's not about color. It's about people rewriting history. It's about people whitewashing history. What, we're going to act like this pink elephant doesn't exist? I'm not the one. You might as well change the channel and go to somebody else, because we're going to talk true here. And if it hurts your feeling and you're so snowflakey, then you might as well melt away. But the truth is the truth. John the Baptist didn't go around teaching softly. He was calling people brood of vipers. Even the Messiah was calling them vipers. And if the Messiah says to follow him, then I'm going to follow his example. If you're coming to me and you're talking crazy, then I have to give you some words that it talks about here in the scriptures, because you don't understand the scripture. You want everything to be given to you like it's so soft and pillowy soft, like bounty. This word is going to cut. That's why it says that his word is like a sharp two-edged sword. It's going all the way down to the spirit and the soul, and down to the bone and to the marrow. He says his word is going to crush even the strongest man. His word is a hammer. Why do you think all the prophets that came before were all unalived, including our Messiah? Was it because they were speaking kind words? Was it because they were being men pleasers and women pleasers? No, they were telling people how they were wrong. They were telling people how they went astray. They were telling people that the Creator is not happy with them. But you want us to keep silent, and we're not supposed to say anything, right? We're just to allow you to just run and just keep on running on that train track while a train is coming up behind you and you don't hear it and you don't see it, right? Am I truly going to be my brother or my sister's keeper by not telling them and warning them of what is coming? Or do I do like Cain and say, yeah, let that person die? Oh, well, so be it. No. It's not about removing your blood off of my hands. It's because I love you and I care for you. This is why I'm sharing this information. And so, like it says here again, here is the endurance of the set apart ones. Here are those guarding the commandments. Your translation will say keeping the commandments of Alua Alahim. Yours will say God. And have the belief in Yahusha. You got to be a full believer. You can't be half. You can't just be New Testament only, or you just can't be Old Testament only. And so again, this is talking about the Great Tribulation. People are being unalived at this time. This is why it says, write. He told John, write this down, John. Baruch are those who die from now on in the Master, who die for the cause of the Messiah. This is why I don't believe in no second Exodus to come, because we're already in it. Yes, says the Ruach, in order that they rest of their labors and their works follow with them. Their works follow with them. But wait a minute. Christianity teaches you're not supposed to be doing works. Don't worry about doing works. You can't do works. And if you're doing works, it's as filthy rags, right? Yeah, your works, my works is as filthy rags. But when you're doing the work of the Creator, they are no longer filthy. His works are never filthy rags. His works are righteous. When you're doing his works, it's going to be accounted unto you for righteousness. Oh, man. It's so true. But many of us can't see it. I'm telling you, some of you are so under the spell of Christianity, it's sickening. It's sickening. That's right. Oh, those were harsh words. Yes, they were. Because Christianity, I don't love Christianity. I love you. I don't care for Christianity. I care for you. Has nothing to do with Christianity here, but to speak down upon it because Christianity has deceived the masses for almost 2,000 years. 2,000 years. And I looked and saw a white cloud. Now we're being taken to the end of the Great Tribulation. And sitting on the cloud was one like the son of Adam, and having in his hand, or in his head, a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. This is the second coming. Just like what John said at the very beginning. Now remember what it says here. Verse 14 says what? John says, I looked and saw a white cloud, and sitting on the cloud was one like the son of Adam, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another messenger came out of the dwelling place, out of the temple. This is in heaven, not here on the earth, crying with a loud voice to the one sitting on the cloud. He's no longer sitting on the throne, right? John no longer sees him on the throne. John sees the one, capitalized, sitting on the cloud. And this angel, this messenger said, send your sickle and reap, because the hour has come for you to reap, because the harvest of the earth is ripe. This is the second coming. This is when he is going to gather the saints from the four corners of the earth. This is when he has the angels blow the trumpet before him, which we know is the last trumpet, and the last trumpet is the seventh trumpet. And the one sitting on the cloud thrusted in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. This is what we read at the very beginning of Revelation. Revelation chapter 1. See, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye shall see him. Has nothing to do with satellite transmission. Everybody's going to see him because this technology ain't going to be working on that day. Bet that. The whole beast system technological empire is going to be shut down offline. On that day when he crashed that sky, ain't nothing going to be working on this earth. The only thing that's going to be working is the Messiah cracking that sky with his people coming with him, you and I. And it says, and all the tribes of the earth shall mourn because of him. He's the one who's coming. And he's the one who is harvesting us. Remember, the 144,000 was the first fruits of the harvest, right? So if they were the first fruits, there's another harvest to take place. That other harvest is you and me. That's it right here. But then there's a third harvest that's happening. Let's read that. Verse 17. Well, let me back up. And it says here, and another messenger came out of the dwelling place, crying with a loud voice to the one sitting on the cloud, send in your sickle and reap, because the hour has come for you to reap, because the harvest of the earth is ripe. And the one sitting on the cloud thrusted in his sickle on the arats, and the arats was reaped. That means he gathered his elect from the four winds of the earth. And another messenger came out of the dwelling place, out of the temple. This is a whole nother angel that is in the heaven. And he too had or held a sharp sickle. And another messenger came out from the slaughter place, having authority or power over the fire. And he cried with a loud cry to him having the sharp sickle, saying, send your sharp sickle and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, of the arats, because her grapes are ripe. Her grapes are ripe. And the messenger thrusted in his sickle into the arats, and gathered the vine of the arats, and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of Alua Elohim. Anybody who gets gathered up in this, they're done. These are the ones who have the mark. And it says, and the winepress was trodden outside the city, and the blood came out to the of the winepress up to the bridles of the horses for about 1,600 stadia. That's about 300 miles. Or no, wait, 184 miles, almost 200 miles. The amount of blood that we're talking about came up to the bridle on a horse. The average horse stands about the top of a head of a man, almost 6 feet. You're talking about blood that runs almost 200 miles of men that is 6 feet deep. This is the battle at Armageddon. This is the battle at the Valley of Megiddo, when all the militaries shall come together, the 200 million man army, the king of the north, which I believe is NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and then the king of the south, which is going to be the Arab League. That's all the Muslim nations. And they're all going to come together with the Far East military from Asia. And they're all coming together in this valley in Israel, in northern Israel. And this blood is going to run for almost 200 miles, 6 feet deep. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of life gone. Chapter 15. And I saw another sign in the heaven, great and marvelous, 7 messengers, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues. For the wrath of Yahuwah Elohim was ended in them. And I saw like the sea of glass mixed with fire, and those overcoming the beast and his image and his mark and the number of his name, standing on the sea of glass, holding harps of Yahuwah Elohim. This is us. This is you and me. John is seeing you and me in the future before the throne, in the throne room, the sea of glass. Remember, we was talking about what the sea of glass was talking about in Revelation chapter 4, when John says he was taken up and he saw what looked like a sea of glass before the throne. The word sea there can symbolically mean a sea of people. And here we see right now, it's talking about how he saw like what was a sea of glass mixed with fire, and those overcoming the beast in his image and his mark and the number of his name, standing on the sea of glass, holding harps of Yahuwah Elohim. Who else was holding harps? Was it not the 144,000? Didn't they sing a song that only they knew and they had harps in their hands? Yes. Now it's our turn, because we just been raptured at the end of the Great Tribulation. And now we're giving homage to Abba Yahuwah. And they sang a song of Masha, the servant of Yahuwah Elohim, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are your works, Yahuwah Al Shaddai, that is Yahuwah the Almighty. Righteous or true are your ways, O sovereign of the set apart ones, the King of the saints. Who shall not fear you, O Yahuwah, and your esteemed name, or esteem your name? That is to uplift his name, as we like to say, Rumamu Yahuwah, which means to exalt, to esteem his name. Because you alone are kind, because all the nations shall come and worship before you. This is all ethnic groups. This word nation here is ethnos in Greek. It's where we get the word ethnicity from. Because all the ethnicities shall come and worship before you, for your righteousnesses have been made manifest. They have been revealed. And after this I looked and saw in the dwelling place of the tent of witness, or the testimony in heaven, was opened. What was open? The tent of the witness, the most high place, the dwelling place of Yahuwah. And out of the dwelling place came the 7 messengers having the 7 plagues, dressed in clean bright linen, and having their chests girded with golden bands. And one of the 4 living beings gave to the 7 messengers 7 golden bowls filled with the wrath of Yahuwah Elohim, who lives forever and ever. This is the wrath of the Lamb, Revelation 1:18. So we see again, we're at the very end of the Great Tribulation. This is when the wrath of Yahuwah Elohim is poured upon the earth. You and I are not here during that time. Now we get into what we know as the 5th sequence. So to go over the 4th sequence, let's go over that real quick. Summary. We just read. Let me get this to focus in here. Give me a second. So we just went over the Trinity, the false Trinity. Okay, right? The diabolical Trinity. I'm trying to get this to fit in here. There we go. The diabolical Trinity. All right. We talked about the woman and the child back in 12. Okay. We talked about the seed last week. We talked about this war in heaven last week. We talked about the 144,000 raptured. Okay. In chapter 12, 13 to 17, talked about the beast of the sea, the beast of the earth, the 144,000 who were taken. This is where we started today. And then we talked about the 6 malachim, the 6 angels, and what they had to say. The first angel, he gave the everlasting great news. warns all men of Yah's wrath that is to come. Okay, and then we have the second angel, Revelation 14:8, proclaims that Babylon is filthy and is fallen. Then we read about the third angel, the chapter 14, verses 9 to 13, warning about the mark. Okay, so this is digressing back to the Great Tribulation, Revelation chapter 12, verses 7 and 12. And then we had the fourth angel who says that the harvest was ready. Okay, this is the rest of us were raptured. We just read about that. And then there was a fifth and sixth angel that came, and this was the great winepress, the harvest of those who took the mark. This is the battle at Armageddon. It commences right here. This is why we see about the blood going up to the height of the bridle of a horse, going for almost 200 miles. And then we read about the host in the Shamaim in heaven giving praise to Yahuwah. What follows this? Here it says the 7 sequences follows this 4th sequence, then the 8th sequence. So what are we saying here? The 7th sequence follows this 4th sequence. You may be like, what do you mean 7th sequence follows this? It'll make sense when we go later on in there. And then the 8th sequence follows this. So it should go 4 sequence, 7 sequence, 8 sequence. Okay? But now, let's continue. Now we're going to go to the 5th sequence. Let me put this one away. Chapter 16, the 5th sequence. And I heard a loud voice from the dwelling place saying to the 7 messengers, go and pour out your bowls of the wrath of Aluah Elohim on the earth. On the earth. Now remember, we're not here at this time. And the first went and poured out his wrath upon the earth, or the bowl upon the earth, and evil and wicked sores came upon the men, those having the mark of the beast, and those worshiping his image. And the second messenger poured out his bowl on the sea, and it became blood. So remember in the second trumpet, it said that a third of the sea became blood. Now it says here, and his bowl on the sea, and it became blood. So the whole earth, all the water on the earth is undrinkable. It's undrinkable. So then we go on and says this. And the third messenger poured out his bowl on the rivers and the fountains of water, and they became blood. Again, remember the third trumpet. Only a third of the rivers and a third of the fountains of waters became blood. Now all of it has become blood. Just to remind you, let's go back and look at it real quick. Remember, what were we talking about here? The second trumpet, and it says here, a third of the sea became blood, and a third of the living creatures had died, and a third of the ships were destroyed. Okay. Here we see the same thing about the second bowl, right? That was the second trumpet. This is the second bowl. And it says about how the sea, it became blood. This is all of it. All of it. And it says every living creature in the sea died. Not just a third, every single one of them. All right. And then here it talks about what? The third trumpet fell on the waters, the rivers and the fountains of waters. Here we see now in the third bowl, it says, and the third bowl was poured upon the rivers and the fountains of waters. Not a third of the rivers and a third of the fountains of waters. All of them. They all became blood. Okay? And so it goes on and says, and I heard the messenger of the waters saying, you are righteous, O Yahuwah, the one who is, who was, and who shall be, because you have judged these, because they have shed the blood of the set apart ones and the prophets. You have given them blood to drink, for they deserve it. They deserve it. That don't sound too kind now, does it? Yahuwah is repaying them for what they have done to his prophets and to his set apart ones, to his kadashim. This is him answering. All of this is Yahuwah answering our Palal, like what in chapter 6. Verse 10, and they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O master, set apart and true, until you judge and avenge our dam, our blood, on those who dwell on the earth? And there was given to each one a white robe. That is those who said this. And they were told that they should rest a little while longer until both the number of their fellow servants and their brethren who would be unalived as they were completed. And so this is why they have been given blood to drink, because they have unalived us. They've unalived the set apart ones, and they have unalived the prophets, and this is what they deserve. And it says, and I heard another out of the slaughter place saying, yes, Yahuwah, Al Shaddai, that is the Almighty, true and righteous are your judgments. And then notice, here's the fourth bowl. And the fourth messenger poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was given him to burn men with fire. And men were burned with great heat, and they blasphemed the name of Aluah Elohim, who possesses authority over these plagues, and they did not repent to give him esteem. They wouldn't turn from their ways. They couldn't turn from their ways. But notice, this is number 4. When did Yahuwah create the sun, moon, and the stars? What day was that? Was it not the 4th day of creation? Yes, it was. And here it is. The 4th messenger says that the sun was turned up really high. It was like Yahuwah turned up the temperature, and people were blaspheming Yahuwah and his name because of the heat. Now, what happened in the 4th trumpet? Let's go back and look at the 4th trumpet. The 4th trumpet says this. And the 4th messenger sounded, and a third of the sun was struck, and a third of the moon was struck, and a third of the stars was struck, so that a third of them were darkened, and a third of the day did not shine, and likewise the night. So now we see here, in this 4th bowl, unlike the 4th trumpet, instead of it being diminished by a third, Yahuwah turns it up. He turns it way up. So hot. You want to talk about so-called global warming right now? Climate change right now? They don't know. We're just seeing these are the beginning of sorrows right now. This is nothing. I live here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I go over there and I look at Lake Mead and I see that thing dwindling by the month. By the month. You've seen pictures and video of the river Euphrates dwindling by the month. The judgment has already started. They want to blame it on carbon emissions. They want to blame it on you and me, that we're these leeches that are just consumers, and we're just consuming all these things that corporate America has given us. And now they want to turn it on us and say we're the bad guys, but yet they're the ones who's giving us their products, and we're using their products because we don't make none of this stuff. They make it, but we're the bad ones, right? They're not looking at themselves in the mirror. They want to look at us. You're the bad guy. We need to extinguish a whole bunch of you guys. We only want 500 million here. And for those of you who are left, you're going to be our servants. But we're going to be living high off the hog, pun intended. They're going to be eating swine, while you and me are going to be eating cockroaches and earthworms and all these other things that they don't want to give us none, because people like Bill Gates like say, oh, you guys can't eat any of these beef. They're farting out too much methane gas, and it's creating global warming. Really? It's so sad. So now let's look at the 5th messenger. And the 5th messenger poured out his bowl on the throne. He's pouring it out on the throne, the capital, the headquarters of the beast, the false Messiah. And his reign, his kingdom became darkened. So now, remember, the sun was very bright and it was giving off heat. And now he just extinguishes it. Yahuwah just turns off the lights. Bloop. Everything is dark. And it says, and they gnawed their tongues from pain. Can you imagine that? I can't even imagine gnawing on my tongue because of the pain being so excruciating. How does darkness create pain? I don't know, and I don't want to experience it. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out when that time comes. And it says, and they blaspheme Aluah Elohim in the heavens for their pains and their sores, and they still did not repent of their works. They still wouldn't listen to him. They still wouldn't acknowledge that this is him who's doing this to get them to stop doing what they're doing and stop being so stubborn. But they're just like Pharaoh. They're just like Pharaoh. Yahuwah is going to continue to reveal himself through all these wicked people, just like Pharaoh. And so now it goes on and says, and the 6th messenger poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up. We were just talking about this. In order to prepare the way for the sovereigns of the east. And I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. Here's your diabolical trinity. 3 unclean spirits as frogs, for they are ruachot, or spirits of demons, doing signs. There you go for your signs, Christians. I saw signs done in the name of Jesus that go out to the sovereigns, the kings of the entire world, to gather them to battle for that great day of Yahuwah, the Almighty. And then we get this parenthetical pause here that takes us away. You can literally go from Almighty and then go to verse 16, but we're going to read verse 15 first. See, I am coming as a thief. Baruch is he who is staying awake, not who has been awoken, but you need to stay awake. And guarding his garments how? By keeping them unstained from the rudimentary parts of this world, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. So if you go straight from 14 to 16, it would read like this. For they are the spirits of the demons doing signs that go out to the sovereigns of the entire world to gather them to battle of the great day of Yahuwah, the Almighty. And they came and gathered together to the place called in Hebrew, Har Megiddo. Yours would say Armageddon. Har meaning the mountain of Megiddo, the plain. And the 7th messenger poured out his bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the dwelling place of the heaven from the throne, saying, It is done. Kind of sounds familiar to what our Messiah said when he was on top of the pole, right? When he was on the stake. It is finished. Some translations will say, it is done. But wait a minute. The Christians say when he said it was finished and it was done, that he's saying that the law has been done away with, right? He didn't say that. But that's what many have assumed. That's what he was saying, right? So what are we to assume here? It is done. It is finished. What is done? What is finished? The wrath of Yahuwah is finished. And now we see the heavenly pyrotechnics once again. And there came to be noises and thunders and lightnings, and there came to be a great earthquake, such as mighty and greater earthquake as has not came to be since men were on the Arats. And the great city became divided into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations fell. And great Babylon was remembered before Aluah Elohim to give her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath, and every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. And great hail from the heaven fell upon men. Every hailstone, listen to this, every hailstone about the weight of a talent. We're going to look into what a weight of a talent is. And men blasphemed Aluah Elohim for the plague of the hail, because that plague was exceedingly great. Now, talent. On the back of this book, it'll tell you weights and measurements. What is the weight of a talent? Let's see. Now, I think in here they have 2 weights of a talent. So here we see talent, kikar, Hebrew, 3,000 shekels, or approximately in US pounds, 75 pounds. Can you imagine? We're not talking about golf ball hailstones. We're not talking about softball hailstones. We're talking about boulders coming down, 75 pounds each. Can you imagine one of those things falling on you? You're not even going to feel it. It's just going to be instant death. Instantly. But imagine this, just like you see hail when it's falling, it falls like rain. It's plummeting the ground. Imagine seeing that many hailstones, 75 pounds each, coming down, obliterating everything. Just it'll look like pockmarks of the moon. Just everywhere, inundated all over the place. That's heavy. That's heavy. Chapter 17. And one of the seven messengers who had the seven bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, Come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore sitting on many waters. Now remember, we was just reading here where it says that, and the great city, let me back up. And great Babylon was remembered before Alua Elohim to give her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. Why does he want to give her a cup of wine? Because she did the same thing. So what we start reading here in chapter 17 is a digression. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. Remember this chart that I made, or this timeline. Let me back this out. Now I know this might look like it's confusing, okay? But it's not that difficult once you see it. Now I want to show you what we've been through. Now here on the side, we see the sequences. The first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Okay, this is what we just got done reading. And now we're about to read the sixth sequence, Revelation 17:1. Okay, after this comes the seventh sequence, starting at Revelation 19:11. This is when the kingdom comes. This is when the millennial reign is erected. And then we have the eighth sequence starting in Revelation 21:1. So now, since we just got done with the bowls, the seven bowls, okay, here in the fifth sequence, the seven bowls, this is where the seventh trumpet ends, okay? Once the seventh trumpet happens and the assembly, and again, you do see my days of being in Christianity, because I no longer use that word. Once the set apart ones have been raptured, then remember I told you we were not here for the wrath of Alua Elohim. So the first to the seventh bowl, we're not here to partake of this. All right, because we have been taken up here at the last trumpet, the seventh trumpet. When the seventh trumpet occurs, we're taken up. For the next 45 days, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all these bowls are happening. All right. At the end of the seventh bowl, this is where we was just reading in Revelation 16:16, battle at Armageddon. It's right here. This happens right before we bring in the 1,000 years of Shalom. This is the seventh millennium, also known as the Sabbath millennium. All right. So now, this part here, the seventh bowl, where it talks about Babylon being destroyed as the great this great earthquake and hail that we just talked about, the 75-pound hail. This part is blown up. From this red line to this red line goes down to here. So this part here, imagine it blowing up to here. This is Babylon the Great, is destroyed by Alua Elohim. Revelation 17:1. Okay, this one is the seventh bowl. This is when this happens. So this is what we're getting ready to read. Just the seventh bowl. That's what this portion from Revelation 17:1 to 19:10 is describing in greater detail what the seventh bowl is all about. Okay, so now let's read it. So now you know this is what we're reading. So this is the fifth sequence, which is called, the sixth sequence, number 6. We just read the fifth sequence. Now we're going to the sixth sequence, starting at Revelation chapter 17. All right. Revelation chapter 17. Now this is where, for those of you who've been with me for a while, this is where we expose who this woman is. And I shared with many of you already who this woman is, and it's the Catholic Church. Okay, it is the Catholic Church. Now I'm going to show you, without a shadow of a doubt, that it's the Catholic Church. And not only the Catholic Church, but all of Christendom, including the Protestants, are also included here in Revelation chapter 17. This is why it is so crucial to understand the book of Revelation for those of us who are living in this time, because many of us, if not all of us, have been duped. We've all been deceived. We've all been lied to. You and I are that generation that has the ability to come out of all these lies, to come out and be a part of the 144,000. You can be one of the 144. There is not a lot of us who understands this information. Look at the amount of us that are in here. There's not a whole lot of us in here. There's only 350 plus of us in here. When you think of 8 billion people on this earth right now, and we're not the only ones teaching this truth, there are other ministries out there who are sharing this truth. They're sharing it in their languages. There's others who live right here in the United States of America doing exactly what I'm doing on TikTok. They're doing it on Instagram. They're doing it on Facebook. And there's some others on YouTube just like myself. This is the time. This is the hour. This is your moment and my moment to rise to the occasion of the time that we are living in right now. The time that the prophets wanted to see and be a part of, you and I are about to experience the most deadliest time in human history. Did you know that? Yeah, everything seems peachy and hunky-dory right now, but when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, just like a woman who's in labor. And you will not escape. We will be deep in the Great Tribulation. (17:1). And one of the 7 messengers who had the 7 bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, come, I shall show you the judgment. Remember, we're talking about the 7th bowl, the 7th bowl of the 5th sequence of the 7 bowls. We're talking about the very last bowl. I will show you the judgment of the great whore sitting on many waters. So we have to realize who is the whore and what is the many waters. With whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring or fornication, prostitution, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. This is why Yahuwah says he is going to give her his wine. He says, I'm to give her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. Why? Because she's done the same. She made the earth drunk with the wine of her whoring, her prostitution. When we go back and we look at Jeremiah chapter 3 that I brought up earlier, for those of you who don't know, let me take you there, because we got to put this together. What does it mean to be whoring? Let's go to the Nabi Yirmiyahu, the prophet Jeremiah. Listen to this. Jeremiah chapter 3. If a man puts away his wife and she goes from him and becomes another man's, does he return to her again? Would not that land be made greatly unclean? But you have committed whoring with many lovers. And would you return to me, declares Yahuwah? What is he saying here in this first verse? How did we commit whoring against him? Because we went after other religious understandings. Do you remember when the children of Israel were in the wilderness and Moses went up to the top of Mount Sinai to receive the commandments on the 2 tablets of stone? Those 2 tablets was the marriage vows. Those 2 tablets was the contract, the agreement that was between him and his people. At that moment, they were married to him. And you all know the story. What happened when Moses was up there and Yahuwah says, get away from me, get away. I'm about to wipe them all out. And Moshe was like, what's going on? What's happening? The children of Yasharal are committing sin in the camp. There's sin in the camp of Israel. Moshe was like, he had no idea. Moshe goes down with these 2 tablets of stone, him and Joshua, who we know his name to be Yahusha, the apprentice, who was going to be the same name as the name that our Messiah was going to come in. But nonetheless, Moshe and Joshua goes down the mountain, and as they hit the curve and they come around this mountainside of this cliff, and they're looking down at the valley where the children of Israel is, what were they doing? They were playing the harlot. They were deep in idolatry with the golden calf. And they said that this is the one who brought you out of Egypt. They're saying that golden calf is Yahuwah. And this is he who brought you out of Egypt, that brought you out of the world, who brought you out of your substance abuse, who brought you out of your alcoholism, who brought you out of your domestic violence, who brought you out of jail, who gave you a new heart and a new mind. This is the one, this Lord, this God, this Jesus, this Christ, this blonde hair, blue-eyed image that Rome has given you has brought you out of Egypt. And it caused Yahuwah to be angry. He was jealous. So they committed whoring. Let's continue. Lift up your eyes to the bare heights and see, where have you not lain? Where have you not slept? Where have you not given yourself with men? This is all symbolical speech. Besides the ways you have sat for them like an Arabian in the wilderness. It's talking about an Arabian horse. And you have made the land unclean with your whorings and your evil, your worship of other deities. And you're saying that this is him. You've substituted his truth and you've made it your own religion, Christians, with Christianity. Therefore, the showers have been withheld. He's talking about his blessings. His barakah has been withheld. And there has been no latter rain. There's been no move of his spirit. You have had a whore's forehead. You refuse to be ashamed. You can't even blush, Christians. You can't even blush. I know who my God is. I know who I serve. I love me some Jesus. Now, I say that because I've witnessed this kind of outcry. I've witnessed this kind of response from my family members. They get to hooping and hollering in these churches. They get to dancing and trancing and prancing their feet, going in circles with one hand behind their back. And they got this chant going on with the drum. And then here you got the organ playing. He's going up and down the scale. And the whole time everybody's losing their forever living mind, running up and down the aisles. This is nowhere in scripture. Show me in scripture. Because when David danced, he didn't dance like that. David didn't dance like that. When David danced, he danced with all his might. He wasn't doing this customary traditional dance that you've seen people from West Africa who've been practicing voodoo and Santeria doing. You can look it up right now and you'll see the same thing that you see in these black churches happening right now in West Africa. And calling themselves speaking in tongues, their so-called heavenly language. Voodoo witchcraft is doing the same thing with their handada, shandada, kambat, sandada, and they're here blowing dust in people's faces. And all this ain't no different than somebody going on and laying hands on somebody hastily. A whore's forehead. A whore's forehead. Shall you not from now on cry to me, my Abba, my Father? You are the guide of my youth. Does one bear a grudge forever? Does one keep it to the end? See, you have spoken and done the evils that you could. And Yahuwah said to me in the days of Yashiyahu, of the sovereign, have you seen what backsliding Israel has done? Notice the word backsliding. You all Christians know that. Oh, you backsliding. You's a backsliding Christian. Don't even know what the word means. What does it mean to backslide? That means you have backslid from the truth. You have backslid from the original instructions. You cannot tell me that you have been backsliding when you've never kept the commandments to begin with. You can't tell me that you're repenting, that you're going back to the ancient path when you've never been on the ancient path to begin with. You don't know what it means to repent. Christianity has no understanding of what the word repent means that comes from the Hebrew word tashub. It means to go back to the original documents. It means to go back to the original teachings. And so since you don't want to do that and you want to be hard-headed and stupid and dumb, you have a whore's forehead. You are playing the harlot. You are prostituting yourself. That's why he said there's no place that you haven't laid. There's no house of worship that you haven't tried. Oh, I don't like the way they preach in this church. Let me go to another church. Let me go and lay myself over here. Let me sell myself out to this new church. Let me see what they talking about. I don't like the way this pastor preaching. Let me go to the next one. Nah, I don't like that one either. Ooh, girl, this pastor knows how to preach. Now you got your girlfriends going over here like it's some kind of nightclub. And y'all all over there. All you did was just change environments. You just changed the venue. Instead of going to your clubs, now the church has become your club. Come on, somebody. That's your new club now. That's your new hangout now. And they give you all the theatrics just like you see in a concert. Lights, camera, action, stage, podium, all of it, drums, the choir, 100-piece choir, all of this stuff. It's all there for you to be entertained. Like you see in the movie Gladiator. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained, Romans? Does one bear a grudge forever? Does one keep it to the end? See, you have spoken and done evils that you could. And Yahuwah said to me in the days of Yashiyahu the sovereign, have you seen what backsliding Israel has done? She has gone up on every high mountain and under every green tree, and there committed whoring. Now, if you want to read the rest of it, you can. But now you see what it means about harlot and who she is. She is the great whore. She's the great harlot. Again, come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore sitting on many waters, with whom the sovereigns, the kings, the leaders, the politicians of the earth committed fornication with, whoring, prostitution. And the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. What were they made drunk with? Her teachings. Her teachings is the whoring. What is these whorings of her teachings? Well, first of all, you got her calendar. We all got her calendar. It's called the Gregorian calendar. You know, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and sometimes Saturday. Or how does that song go? It's Sunday to Saturday. It's January to December. There's 365 and a quarter days, and every once in a while, every 4 years, a leap year. This is the calendar that she has given us, and it's not the calendar that the Creator gave to the children of Israel. But Christianity is following another calendar. If you will, they have put on a different Rolex watch. They don't have the heavenly watch. They got the earthly watch. They don't keep none of his feast days, but they keep all of the harlot's feast days. The harlot said, here's Christmas. You said, oh, yay. This is for me and my kids. Let's go deck the halls. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Let's go get the biggest tree we can find. Let's deck it with silver and gold. Same thing with all the other pagan holidays, just like the one right now today, Memorial Day. Memorial to what? Memorial to the amount of blood that was shed by this country called the United States of America on all these other countries that didn't even know that it was coming. The bully can always pick a fight with somebody who don't know how to fight. There's so much into this, so much into this. Let's continue. And so it goes on and says here, and he carried me away in the Ruach into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast covered with the names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Now we're going to see who the authorship of Christianity is. Who gave us Christianity? You about to find out. Again, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast. What's the word scarlet? What color is scarlet? It's red. It's red. So she's sitting on a red beast covered with the names of blasphemy. And now it's telling us that this beast, this red beast, has 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, where have we seen this imagery before? And for those of you who've been following, you already know this, but for those who don't know, let's show it. The first time we see this image of a 7-headed 10-horn beast is here in Revelation chapter 12. And another sign was seen in the heaven, and see a great fiery red dragon. This is the red beast. You might say, oh no, this can't be. Well, let's continue. Having 7 heads. Oh, sounds like the same one to me. 10 horns. Yep, that's definitely the same. And the 7 crowns was on his head. And his tail draws a third of the stars of heaven. Ooh. So this fiery red dragon has a tail, and he drew a third of the stars from heaven. Who could this be? Well, if we go to the next few verses here, it tells you, and we read it earlier. It says here, and the dragon and his messengers fought, but they were not strong enough, nor was a place found for them in the heaven any longer. And that great dragon was thrown out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who leads all the world astray. And he was thrown to the earth. Him and his messengers was thrown out with him. So if we go and look at this, now we know who this red scarlet beast is, who is covered with names of blasphemies, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Then we understand that this scarlet beast is none other than Satan himself. And this whore, this woman who's sitting on top of this beast, she's not riding it like you ride a horse and you're telling the horse where to go. You got the roles reversed here. This woman is sitting. She's not riding. She's sitting on the beast. You see the other ones in Revelation chapter 6. Remember when we was reading there? What does it say here? The first one, it says, and I looked and saw a white horse, and he who sat on it holding a bow and crown was given to him, and he went out overcoming to overcome. And then it says, and the second living creature, says, and another fiery red went out, and it was given to him who sat on it to take peace from the earth. And then we see the other one here, the third seal, and I heard the third living creature come and see, and I looked and saw a black horse, and he who sat on it holding a pair of scales in his hand. And then the fourth, and I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, come and see. And I looked and saw a green horse, and he who sat on it had the name of death, and Sheol followed with him. So now here we see Revelation chapter 17 about this beast, this scarlet beast covered, and it says, and I saw a woman sitting on the scarlet beast, covered with names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. This woman right here is being supported by Satan. This woman right here has been taught by Satan. This woman right here is the brainchild of Satan. And so it goes on and says this, and the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup filled with the abominations and the filthiness of her whoring. Now let's go and look at this. Oh yes, a lot of you already know where I'm going with this. But again, there are people who've never seen this before, and they need to see it for themselves. Okay, so remember we're being told here about what this woman looks like. She's being described. This woman was dressed in purple and scarlet. Purple. You see that there? Purple. You see that? You see that little solarized wafer right there? He's got a golden cup in his hand, wearing purple, dressed in purple, right? Trying to look all innocent and clean, pure, right? With this white robe on. This ain't nowhere in scripture for us to be following that, but it doesn't stop there. Remember, it also says she was also dressed in scarlet. Let's see. What about this one? Do you know that the bishops and the cardinals, that's what these colors represent? The cardinals wear red, you know, like the cardinal bird. And the bishops wear purple. Yep. And remember, it talks about how she is decked out with precious stones and pearls. Yeah. And she has a golden cup filled with the abominations of filthiness of her whoring. Once again, not only do we see the solarized wafer right there, but we also see the golden cup in front of him. And we see the image of jealousy behind him. You see that there? Yeah. The Messiah never gave us this. Rome gave us this. Remember, Constantine was told that he said he had a vision. And he said he saw a vision of a cross in the sky. And he said that he heard a voice telling him that in this image or in this sign you are to conquer. And it was the sign of the cross. The cross predates Christianity. It goes all the way back to Babylon. It goes all the way back to Babylon. The cross is named after Tammuz. You know, T, the letter T. You know how the letter T is in the shape of a cross? It comes from Tammuz. It's the first letter in his name. They were weeping for Tammuz. That's where you get the 40 days of Lent from, Catholics. And then it doesn't stop there. Let me show you some more. I ain't showing you nothing yet. And then it goes on and says this. Holding in her hand a golden cup filled with the abomination of the filthiness of her whoring, and upon her forehead a name written, a secret. Yours would say a mystery. Babel, or Babylon the Great, the mother of whores. So not only is she a whore, she's the great whore, but she got daughters because she's a mother. If she's a mother, then that means she has a whole bunch of daughters who are also whores of the abominations of the earth. Who do you think that is? And I already told you, but I'm going to show you. Yeah, screenshot this. Look into it. And this isn't even all of them, okay? This is just the originals, and there's so many that branch out from this, but you see who's at the top. The mother church called Catholicism. Catholic means universal. From Catholicism, you get the Church of England, Lutheranism, Calvinism, and the radical sects. Now, you know, Lutheran and Calvin were both of these so-called church fathers who protested against the mother church. This is where we get Protestant from. Protestant is Protestant. They protested. Who did they protest against? The Pope and the Catholic Church. So they started their own thing, but they took on a lot of the teachings from the mother. They didn't change a lot of things. The only thing that they changed was, instead of following the Pope from Rome, they had their own popes. They called them pastors and preachers and teachers and bishops and reverends and ministers. Yeah. And so then they made their own bylaws. Instead of following the catechisms of Catholicism, they made their own bylaws in each one of their sects. And then you start to have these subsects like Protestant Episcopalians, Methodists, Lutheran Church, Reformed churches, Presbyters, Anabaptists, religious societies of the Quakers, Congregationalists, right? And then you go down to the next line and you see how it all breaks down. The Baptists come from the Anabaptists, who gives you the Church of the Brethren, who gives you the Adventist movement. You know, today as the Seventh-day Adventists, right? Oh, they're all here. They're all here. They all come down through one of these branches. All of them. These are the whores. They're the daughters of the mother. She's the great whore, and these are the whores of the mother. Many of you are still in one of these houses of worship, and you think you're saved, you think you're okay, you think you've been born again, but you haven't. You've been taught the lie. The great deception that Paul spoke about in 2 Thessalonians that was to come is here. It's not no alien invasion. It's not E.T. coming and landing on the lawn of the White House. It's not them saying, oh my gosh, these are the Anunnakis. They came and da-da-da-da-da. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to do this stuff, but I'm letting you know that what you and I have believed in all these years, called Christianity, we got a whore's forehead. We have a whore's forehead. We are under the spell of the mother church. This is why, again, you're doing all of her holidays. You're doing her day of worship, like many of you went to church yesterday. Yeah, and you go to church on Wednesdays, or even if you're with the Seventh Day Adventist and you think that Sabbath is on a Saturday from Friday evening to Saturday evening, you're still part of this whole thing because you don't even know the true calendar to find a true Sabbath. You're stuck in Christendom. You're literally lost. The only way you're going to come out of there is if Yahuwah opens your eyes. Let's continue. So she is the mother of harlots, of whores, and the abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunk with the blood of the set apart ones. Now we got to go back and we need to look at history. Because when John wrote this, there was no Catholic Inquisition yet. Catholicism didn't even exist yet. Remember, he was taken forward. He was teleported into the future. He was shown what was to come. This is why he was amazed when he saw this so-called harlot, this woman. Remember, he said here, I marveled greatly, greatly marveled. Why? Because he has seen what Catholicism and Christianity has done to the world. And then they changed everything. You don't think John, when he looks at it and he's being told, we're not being told everything here. John wrote down as he could understand it. And it was hidden that way clandestinely because Satan is also reading these parchments. He's looking into this. You don't think Satan does Bible studies? You better believe it. You better believe he's studying the Bible because he knows within these pages is his future. And he wants to break the future that is to come. He wants to somehow find a loophole to get around what Yahuwah has already got him stuck to. He's stuck in the matrix, if you will. And so many of us, we have been duped. And so John, seeing all of this, he knows because he was taught the truth. So when he sees the lie, it's so easy for him. That's why he marveled, like, this is what happened. This is what it has become. The true belief has become this. This is a whole new teaching. This whole thing called Christianity is nothing that the Messiah taught us. He didn't tell us that we can eat anything we want. He didn't tell us to change the Sabbath day. He didn't dang show tell us to change his name. He didn't tell us to follow the pagan days of the holidays. He told us to keep the feast days just like he did. This is why he told them to follow him. He kept all the feast days. You know he had to keep the feast days because if he didn't keep the feast days, he would have been disqualified from being the perfect lamb. He was sinless. He was spotless. He had to walk out the law. And he's telling us to walk out the law. That's why he's telling us to follow him. Christianity is teaching you the very opposite. This is the lying language of the tongue of Satan. He's the one that's telling you, don't follow, don't obey, don't keep the commandments. And all of you have this excuse because your pastors, preachers, and teachers are telling you, Jesus did it for you on the cross. He fulfilled it. You ain't got to do it. But the Messiah never told you that you don't have to do it. He told you to go and sin no more. Just like we read earlier today, he told the woman who was about to get stoned by those in the village that where she lived, they caught her in the act of adultery. He didn't say, long as you believe in me, you have everlasting life. No, he said to her, nor do I accuse you. Now go and sin no more. Transgress the laws no longer. And what did she do? She committed adultery. That's the seventh commandment. Let's put that into a spiritual perspective. The Messiah is telling this woman who represents us, women, right? We're the bride. He's making us who are filthy, who are wicked, who have played the harlot. We are prostitutes. He's telling us to be born again. He's the only one that can make us virgins again, as if we've never played the harlot, that we are no longer prostitutes. We are clean. We are pure. We've been born again. He says, go and sin no more. Transgress the laws no more. Be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. Be holy as your Father in heaven is holy. Do I have to say it that way for some of you Christians? How can you stay and be pure unless you're keeping the law? And when you mess up, the blood of the Messiah covers you for messing up, just like the blood of lambs, bulls, and goats did for the children of Israel. They just don't shed the blood of a lamb and now they can continue on sinning. Even in the book of Romans, chapter 6 says otherwise. That's exactly what Paul was teaching. Paul says, should we continue on in sin so grace may abound? He says, certainly not. YAH forbid. How can we who have been saved and have been who had died with the Messiah live in sin any longer? Why do we want to continue to think it's okay and give ourselves excuses that we can continue to be like the world and go to their concerts and go to their games and go to all these things that we do? Now, I'm not saying that you can't watch a sport game or I'm not saying that. I'm talking about when you're vested in it. I'm talking about when it becomes idol worship. I'm talking about when you start buying all kinds of merchandise and that's all you have. I'm guilty. I used to do that. I used to be a big old Philadelphia Eagles fan. This office that I'm sitting in right now, as I'm speaking to you, used to be with all kinds of paraphernalia of a whole bunch of Eagles gear and a whole bunch of Eagles placards. I was idol worshiping. That was my team. I was hooping and hollering for my Eagles. Go, fly, fly, Eagles, fly. That was me. But when he opened my eyes, and I even see how they were pressing me even in the NFL. By the time they get done with their football games, what do they do at the end of the football game? They all go to the center of the 50-yard line right there in the middle of the field, and they all take a knee in a circle, in a prayer circle, just like witches, holding hands on one knee, bended head, everything. And they're over here praying to who? They're not praying to Yahusha. They're not praying to the Hebrew Messiah. No. No, they're in the Roman Colosseum. How dare they pray to another deity? No, they better be praying to Zeus. They better be praying to Jesus, Jesus. This is why you have people like Tim Tebow and some of these other people who are over here just straight up. They connect everything together with the NFL and with John 3:16. You see all those signs over there in the stands. They've connected Christianity and the football. This is no different than the days of Rome with Caesar, with the thumbs up and the thumbs down. And I saw the woman, and I saw Christianity, drunk with the blood of the set apart ones. Look up Christian Inquisition. You had the Spanish Inquisition, and you had the Catholic Inquisition. These Inquisitions were conquistadors. They were conquerors. They went all over the known earth, and places like the Philippines, and places like here in the Americas, all throughout the islands of the Pacific, all throughout Western Europe, all throughout Africa, all throughout the Middle East. They were unaliving people by the edge of the sword. Either you convert to Christianity, at that time Catholicism, or you're going to die. This is history. This is the blood of the set apart ones that was going on at that time. But it's not stopped there. It's still going on to this very day. It's going on to this very day. Now I need you to think out the box. If this is going on this very day, can you show me some proof? Yes, I can show you proof. Let me show you. You see this right here? This is the Vatican. This is the Vatican. You see this dome? Do you see the pillars? Do you see the triangle above the pillars? Do you see the obelisk, Cleopatra's needle right here in the middle? You see that? Let me blow it up. You see that? That's an obelisk. Now I want you to see this. I want you to take note. obelisk, dome, pyramid, pillars. And you see Latin writing all the way across it, right? Hmm. Let me show you another one. You see this? This is called the United States Capitol. You see the dome? Do you see the pyramid? The triangle? Do you see the pillars? Now, this is so far that you can't see it, but there would be Latin words. And we can't see it here, but it would be right there. You would see Latin words right there. But that's not all. You see the obelisk? They call it the Washington Monument. Where did it go? There it is. Sitting right in front of this dome. Just like at the Vatican. What are we being told here, people? This United Snakes of America that they call a Christian country? Yeah, it sure is. And it's ran by Catholics and by the so-called Jews. This is why they say it's a Judeo-Christian country. Let me show you the connection of the Jews. It's been here since the beginning of this country. This is what you would call a dollar bill. People use it all the time. They don't think about it. And today, many of us probably don't even use it in our wallet anymore because we're using our smart passes on our phone and debit cards and credit cards and everything else, right, under the sun. Hold on one second. I got to get my seat here a little closer so I can show you this. But I want you to see how it's connected to Judaism, Zionism. This is called the Great Seal of the United Snakes of America. You see all of this? This is all Latin. This ain't English. We're supposed to be English, right? English is supposed to be our official language, right? But why do we have Latin phrases on an English-speaking piece of paper that we call the dollar bill? This is the backside. Or is this the front? I can't recall. Unum e pluribus unum. Out of many, one. That's what it means in Latin into the English. But here's Judaism right here. Yeah, you see it, don't you? That the 6-pointed star. They call it the Star of David. David don't have no star. There's 13 stars within the 6-pointed star. You've seen the same star on the State of Israel's flag, the 6-pointed star. Do you know when this thing was created? 1781. That's right, 1781. They've been here since the very beginning, people. These so-called Jews have been here since the very beginning. They were the ones who wiped out the original Native Americans, not the Indians. We're talking about the Afro. You want to talk about Afro-American? They would have been the true Afro-American. If you read any of the books of Christopher Columbus and his voyages, he'll tell you in his own writing, when he disembarked off of his ship, I can't remember which one he was on, the Santa Maria, the Canto, whatever, I can't remember any of those 3 ships anymore. But whatever those ships were, when he got off, he said what he saw of those that was there, he describes them. And they don't look like what you know as Native Americans today. They don't look like Geronimo. They don't have 2 pigtails in a braid with some feathers in the back of their head. No, these people had Afro hair and they were melanated. Just like they've done to all the other cultures. In fact, if you want to know what they look like, they look just like the Aborigines in Australia. That's what the natives here look like. Just like they did to the Australians, the original Australians, the Aborigines, they did the same thing that they, instead of wiping them all out in Australia, they practically wiped out everybody here. And so all you know is the Native Americans are the ones that you see that look like Tonto, walking around saying Hobe and Haub. They were mixed. They were mixed with the blood. So all this being said, this country, the United Snakes of America, that's why I call it the Snakes of America. You have the United Snakes, you have Great Britain, and you have Italy. These three are the three frogs. I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon and out of the mouth of the beast and out of the mouth of the false prophet 3 unclean spirits as frogs. They control all three. They control the financial, they control the religious, and they control the military. So who's the religious? Of course, that's the Vatican. Who controls the financial? That would be London, Great Britain. And who controls the military? That would be Washington, D.C. All three of those cities, London, Vatican, and Washington, D.C., they are all independent cities. They have their own district. This is why the Vatican is actually inside of Rome. It is not Rome. This is why District of Columbia, outside of District of Columbia, is all these other little suburbs around DC. They don't belong to DC. They are not in the District of Columbia, the 10 mile by 10 mile square. And the same thing with London. London itself has a district within London. That's their financial district. They're the ones who tell us how much gold is going to be by the day. They're the ones who tell us about all the commodities and what they're selling on the New York Stock Exchange, what they're going to be for the day. They're the ones who set the futures. I don't know if you do any kind of trading. I used to do a little dibble-dabbling in it. But this is what we read about in Revelation chapter 18, where it starts talking about the stock market. Let's continue. And so here it says, as we go on into verse 17, no, verse 6. So we just finished verse 6. Let me blow this back up so you guys can see it with me. Again, as a reminder, and I saw the woman drunk with the blood of the set apart ones and with the blood of the witnesses of YAH, and having seen her, I marveled and greatly marveled. Again, this was the Inquisition. And this is also going to take us into the Great Tribulation, because that's exactly what's going to happen again. What was before shall be again. Excuse me, let me get me some water here real quick. And so then it goes on and says in verse 7, and the messenger said to me, why did you marvel? Yeah, John, why did you marvel? Let me explain to you the secret of the woman and the beast she rides, that has the 7 heads and the 10 horns. The beast that was, or the beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. And those that are written in the book of life from the foundation of the world shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not, and yet is. And it goes on and says, here is the mind having wisdom. Sounds almost like Revelation chapter 13 about figuring out the number of the beast and his name. The 7 heads and the 7 mountains on that the woman sits. Okay, the woman sits on 7 mountains, and there are 7 sovereigns. It says 5 have fallen, 1 is, and the other has not yet come. Other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. And the beast that was and is not is himself also the 8th and is of the 7 and goes to destruction. So I know that probably sounds a little confusing to you, but it's not that complicated. Let's go back. Let's make sense of this. All right. So he says, why did you marvel? All right. First he says here, the beast that you saw was, he used to be, and then he's not. But he's about to come up from the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. He's going to go into the lake of fire. That's what it means to go to destruction. And those dwelling on the earth, whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not and yet is. This beast that was and is not and yet is none other than Satan. We talked about it, remember? Because he said here, the beast she rides is the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Okay, so he talks about this beast that you saw that was and is not and yet is. Okay, but now it says it's going to come up out of the pit. coming out of the pit. Yeah, well, we read about that in Revelation chapter 20, right? If we go to Revelation chapter 20, you start to find out who he is. Because see, here it says, and I saw another messenger coming down from the heaven, having the key to the pit of the deep and a great chain in his hand. And it goes on and says, and he seized the dragon. This is the same beast, the seven-headed, ten-horned beast, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the pit. All right. So he's not when he goes into this pit. He was and he will not be, and then he will be again. So he threw him in the pit, in the deep, and shut him up and set a seal on him so that he should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years are ended. And after that, he has to be released for a little while. So this is what we're reading here that he's talking about in Revelation chapter 17, when he says here that the beast that you saw was and is not and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. So coming up out of the pit, he comes out of the pit after the 1,000 years. And so it says, and when the 1,000 years have ended, verse 7 of chapter 20, Satan shall be released from his prison, and he shall go out and lead the nations astray that are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. But as it says here at the very end, and the devil who led them astray was thrown into the lake of fire. This is when he goes into destruction and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tortured day and night forever and ever. So now you see who the beast is that's coming up out of the pit. This is none other than Satan. So it says, here is mind having wisdom. The seven heads are the seven mountains on that the woman sits. So now we're given description of why this dragon had the seven heads. It's talking about seven kingdoms. Here it says there are seven kingdoms or seven kings. Five have fallen. Five kingdoms have fallen. One is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. And the beast that was and is not and is himself also of the eighth is of the seven and goes to destruction. So now let's make sense of the seven, and the eighth is of the seven. So again, remember, Satan is the one who has headed all of these kingdoms, going back to Babylon, going back to Egypt, going back to Media, going back to Persia, going back to Greece, going back to Rome, and then coming back in this so-called revived Rome. That's the seven. And then it says, and he's seven of the eight. So when he comes back, the eighth one is of the seven because he used to rule the seven. He's coming back. So this beast of the pit, when he comes back, he's going to be the one also. So this is why it says he is of the seven and goes to destruction. So you see, all of this is talking about Satan and how he has controlled all the beasts, all the kingdoms of the earth that preceded, because all of this has been given to him and he can give it to whomever he chose. That's what he told our Messiah in Luke chapter 4. All you have to do is bow down and worship me, and I can give it to you. I can give it to whomever I choose. Well, guess what? He decided to give it to the so-called Jews, who are not Jews, but they are the followers or the synagogue of Satan. They are the ones that everybody wants to act like is not ruling and reigning everything. Okay, it takes a crazy man like Kanye West to start bringing some of this stuff out, and people are not going to take his word because they think that Kanye West done lost his mind, and he probably has a little bit, but I know they've duped him and drugged him and everything else as well. But understand, you don't have to be Kanye West to see this. You see who's ruling and reigning this world. The same people that they said that there were 6 million people who have been unalived in these gas chambers in the Second World War. How is it that they run everything here now in this world? Make that make sense. We're talking from mid 1940s, okay, and here we are in 2026, and they run everything, including AI. How is that possible, people? Everything that they did, including unaliving their own people, was for the sake of the ends justifies the means. And their end was to make sure that they create a state of Israel, because Satan has to show himself very soon that he is the mighty one. Just like we read earlier, he wants to show the whole world who he is, and they're going to marvel after him. And when they marvel after him because of all the signs and wonders that he's going to do before their eyes, they're going to say, he has to be the one. He has to be the God. He has to be the creator. And they're going to all worship him, whose names are not found written in the book of life. They're done. And the 10 horns that you saw are the 10 kings who have not yet received a kingdom, but receive authority as sovereigns with the beast for 1 hour. So this lets us know this has to do with that last generation. When the false Messiah shows up, there's also going to be 10 kings ruling and reigning the world. Now, does that mean that the whole world is going to know that they are the 10 kings? Possibly not, or possibly we will. We don't know yet. I believe this isn't going to happen where they're going to, because they've already broken up the world into these 10 segments. I'm about to show you the map here in a second. But the fact is that they haven't come out into the open. I don't think they're going to come out into the open until after this world war is completed. Once this world war that we see that is now just at the beginning stages, once it gets going, and I'm talking about when it really gets to going and people everywhere are literally crying for peace and to stop all this bloodshed, this is when they're going to divide the world up into 10 pieces. And there's going to be 10 kings ruling these 10 regions. And let me show you what they call it. This is what it's called. The Club of Rome. The Club of Rome. This is off of their website. You can go to the Club of Rome website. I think it's clubofrome.org. Okay? These are the same people that Klaus Schwab and all those people from the World Economic Forum, they all had their beginnings here with the Club of Rome. This is already here. The last piece happened in 2000. Number 10, China. President Bill Clinton was the one that was the puppet that had to institute this to make this happen. This is when China entered into the World Trade Organization in 2000. That made the 10th one. This is why China is doing so well right now. This is why they had to take a lot of the industries and the manufacturing industries from the United States of America, and they had to give it to other areas of the world so they can bring these areas up to speed. And now that they're able to do this with the aid of technology of AI, don't need anyone else to do anything because all of the infrastructure is already here. They can destroy whatever it is on the surface because you best believe they're hiding the greatest and best things underground so that when all of this is said and done, once they come up out of their mole holes, they're going to set up their utopia. And whoever's left is going to have to take the mark. If you're not part of that institution and you're not part of that utopia, they're going to take you out. They're going to say, well, they're not part of us. Let us know when you find them. You're going to get extra credit. We're going to put extra ones and zeros in your bank account because you turned somebody in. Just like what the Messiah says. He says, many of your own people of your own household shall become your enemies. They will turn one another in. But Yahushua says, don't worry about what you're going to think about, what you're going to say at that moment, because he is going to give you what to say by the Spirit. This is the way we got to be. We got to be thinking like this right now, because the day is approaching. We can go ahead and keep on doing it and be your soccer moms and your piano dads and everything else. You want to do all the stuff that, for Tommy and Susie and little Louie. But we're literally going into the direction of the satanic kingdom. And we're getting ready to be open season for those of you who stay the course. This is why the Messiah already forewarned us. Do not be afraid of what some of y'all are getting ready to go through. Like he told the assemblies of Smyrna. Satan is about to throw some of you into prison for 10 days. But he has to give you death at the end of that. He who endures to the end shall receive a crown of life. And so these are the 10 horns. These are the 10 kings. They have not received a kingdom as yet, but will receive an authority as sovereigns, as kings with the beast for 1 hour. So we know that they have not been given authority yet, full authority yet, until the great tribulation. They have one mind, and they shall give their power and authority to the beast. And they shall fight with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them. So this right here, what is being told to John, is taking us all the way to the point of the battle of Armageddon. They shall fight with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them. For he is the master of masters and the sovereign of sovereigns. Yours will say Lord of Lords's and the King of kings. And those with him, that's you and me, we are called what? Chosen. He chose us. We didn't choose him. And we're trustworthy. How are you going to be called trustworthy if you ain't even trying to keep what he has given you to do, which is keep his instructions, do his words, keep his words? How are you going to rule and reign with him and you are not even doing what he's telling you to rule and reign with when you're over here sleeping with the enemy? You're over here playing the harlot. And he said to me, the waters that you saw where the whore sits, the Catholic Church sits or has authority over, are peoples, crowds, nations, and tongues. Let me tell you something. Some of you might not know this, and some of you probably do. The United Nations, sitting on Manhattan Island on the east side. That piece of real estate that built where that building is sitting was donated by the Rockefellers, or was it the Rothschilds? It's one of those two R's. It's either the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds. Either way, these are the Ish people, the Jewish people, okay? They erected the United Nations. Do you know out of all those that are represented, that are present during the General Assembly, there's only one religion that has a seat at the table? It's not Islam. It's not Buddhism. It's the Vatican. That's right. This is why the Pope gets to address the General Assembly once a year if he chooses to do so. All the kings of the earth have drunk of her doctrine. Yes, right. They sure did. They drank of her doctrine. And so this whore sits on the peoples and the crowds and the nations and the tongues. She has authority over that. That's why every single sitting president goes to the Vatican and kisses the ring. And the 10 horns that you saw on the beast, these shall hate the whore. Who's going to hate the whore? Who's going to hate Christianity? These 10 kings. And they will lay her waste and naked. Did you know that Christianity, along with Islam, along with all so-called organized religions, are about to be all destroyed because of this world war that we're seeing right now? You and I are witnessing the last days of Christianity. Man, it's an amazing time to be alive. And they're going to destroy it. This is why some of you have heard this, and I'm about to put this together for some of you. Some of you have heard. I'm going to turn on the comment just for a second because I want to see how many of you heard about, and I might still have it here. I might have to pull it up, about this secret meeting that happened in Tennessee just a couple weeks ago, where pastors were told to come to this place. And people from the Trump administration told these pastors, what we're getting ready to release, you better tell your parishioners whatever it is that you need to prepare your people for what we're getting ready to release. Have you guys heard this? Look at this. Yep, exactly. That's this right here. These words are coming up off the pages, people. But it takes people who have eyes to see and ears to hear. You can tell some other people, they're not going to see it. They're not going to put the 2 and 2 together because they don't have the understanding. They don't have the spiritual discernment. Exactly. If we have some time, I'm going to pull up one of the ones that I have here where it talks about it, but you can look it up yourself. Where the pastors were told, the one that I have is the one with what's his name? Perry Stone. Yeah, Perry Stone is his name. He's a evangelical preacher. Many of you know him, Perry Stone. Okay. And he was told about this. All right. So I'm letting you know through these words what is happening right before our very eyes. We are witnessing the last days of Christianity as we know it. It is going to be destroyed along with all the other organized religions because they're going to bring out one religion, and that one religion is the pure Luciferian religion. This is where Satan gets what he wants. The whole world worshiping him through the beast. Okay, I'm going to shut it off again. Gina said, let me see your notes. Okay, let me do my best. As you can see here. All right. You see it there now? Destruction of Babylon, USA, Vatican, London, Western Europe. The people are the water. Water equals the people. 10 kings up here. So this is how I kind of break it down so it allows me to be able to get to my location where I'm looking for quickly. And so it says here in verse 17. For Allah Elohim did give it into their heart. Whose heart? These 10 kings, the 10 horns, to hate the horde, to hate Christianity. Why? Because Yahuwah hates Christianity. He didn't give us Christianity. He did give it into their heart to do his mind, that is his will, to be of one mind, to give their reign or their power to the beast, until the words of Allah Elohim shall be accomplished. And the woman who you saw is that great city having sovereignty over, or that is to say, having power or authority over the kings of the earth. They're going to remove the power of the papacy, the Pope. This is why when people say, well, the false prophet is the Pope, I don't know about that. I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Whoever this false prophet is, I don't think has anything to do with Christianity. I think it has more to do with this Luciferian doctrine that is coming out, because he's going to tell everybody to worship the beast. If he's telling everybody to worship the beast, it has nothing to do with Christianity anymore, because we see here that Christianity is about to get destroyed. But the Babylonian system is still intact. The Babylonian system shall not be destroyed until the Messiah comes, and he shall destroy that system. He shall destroy that system. And Sky, you're right. Albert Pike's letter, yes, it says right there that they're going to destroy atheism, Islam, and Christianity all in one whop. Done, kaput, finished, over with. The first 2 wars that was in that letter that Albert Pike put together, I have it here somewhere. It's on our link tree. Those first 2 wars went down to the letter of the T of the letter of the T, however you want to put that. Letter to the T, right? I think that's how they say it. Well, if those 2 transpired the way that they said it was going to happen, then the Third World War is going to be the same. The Third World War will be the same. It is going to happen. And it seems to be exactly what they said is exactly what's in the scripture. Christianity shall be destroyed. Now let's get into chapter 18. We're almost done here. And after this, I saw another messenger coming down from the heaven, having great authority, and the earth was lighted or lit up from his esteem. And he cried with a mighty voice, saying, what? Babel, the great, is fallen, and has become a dwelling place of demons, a haunt for every unclean spirit, that is, demons, and a haunt for every unclean and hated bird. Again, speaking of demons, because all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her whoring, her fornication, her prostituting, and the sovereigns of the earth have committed whoring with her. Again, this is talking about the Vatican, what we know as the Catholic Church, the mother church, the birth of Christianity. And the merchants of the earth have become rich through the power of her righteous living. If Catholicism didn't say that they can have it, that city or that country can't do it. Why do you think every city is called a city? The word city has to do with the Holy See is under his jurisdiction. Look it up. It's even in the Black Laws Dictionary. Every city here in the United States of America is under the jurisdiction of the Pope. It's crazy. But many of us don't see this because we don't look into this stuff. We're just living our lives. We don't think about this. And I heard another voice from the heavens saying, come out of her, my people. Come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, which is the transgressing of the law, because they transgress every single day. They're teaching people to transgress by not keeping the laws, lest you receive of her plagues, because her transgressions of the law has piled up and reached to the heavens, and Alua Elohim has remembered her unrighteousness, breaking Torah. Render to her as she has indeed rendered, and repay her double according to her works. In the cup that she has mixed, mix for her double. Mix a double portion for her. As much as she esteemed herself and lived righteously, so much torture and grief give to her, because in her heart she says, I sit as a sovereignness. I sit as a queen, your translation would say, and I am not a widow, and I do not see mourning at all. This is exactly the motto of this country called the United States of America. Yes, Lady Liberty. You know her very well, sitting over there in the Hudson Bay, in the Hudson Harbor, between New Jersey and New York. She, which is an androgynous image of Satan, sitting there in the bay to all those who are coming here back in the day, all those immigrants coming from Western Europe. They would see this Statue of Liberty looking right at the face of Satan, thinking that they're coming to a better life. Yeah, because Satan has given it to you. Because you bow down and worshiped him. He's going to give you whatever you want if you work hard for it. You want your American dream with the house and the white picket fence? Yeah, you just got to sell your soul. You got to play the harlot. You got to give yourself to the Pharaoh's pyramid. You got to erect his place. You got to erect his empire, his kingdom, his dynasty. Stuff's been going on for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Satan hasn't changed his method of operation, his MO. Not at all. But we've changed ours. We don't play the harlot. As much as she esteemed herself and lived righteously, so much torture and grief give to her, because in her heart she says, I sit as a queen, I sit as a sovereignness, and I am not a widow, and I do not see mourning at all. Because of this, her plagues shall come in one day, death, mourning, and scarcity of food. And she shall be burned up with fire, because Yahuwah Alua Elohim, who judges her, is mighty, mighty. And the sovereigns of the earth, who committed whoring and live righteously with her, shall weep and mourn over her when they see the smoke of her burning, standing at a distance for fear of her torture, saying, woe, woe, that great city, Babylon, the mighty city, because your judgment has come in 1 hour. And the merchants of the earth, they're going to weep and mourn because of her. Why? Because no one buys their merchandise, their goods anymore. This brings us to the stock market. This brings us to the stock market. All these mighty men. Think about it, everyone. I don't know if any of you own a corporation. I know I don't. I mean, we can play like little people and have LLCs and Corp Cs and Corp S's, but we're not these incorporated megalithic giants, you know, like the Walmarts and the BlackRocks and the Vanguards, you know, all of them, the big ones, the big honchos, right? The ones that the ish people run. Yeah. They're making money off of us. United States is the largest consumer nation on the earth. We got less people than China, and we spend more money than China on goods and services. This again is a telltale sign of who we're talking about. What country is about to be destroyed? The country in 2 world wars that didn't see a bullet land over here. But not this 3rd World War. It's going to get touched this time. It's going to be rearranged this time. And people are going to lose their mind. They're going to lose their marbles. Because the first thing all Americans who claim to be Christians, who claim to put their trust and their hope in Jesus Christ, is going to be screaming and yelling and begging their government on bended knees, please stop the wars. Please, my children, my Susie and Tommy are hungry and we can't go and eat at our favorite eateries anymore. My son, he wants to go out and he wants to go to school, and my little Susie wants to become a doctor, and da-da-da-da-da. And I want to see my grandkids grow, and I want to take them to Six Flags, and I want all this stuff that Americana has given us is about to come to a screeching halt, people. This is why we're told, do not love the world nor the things that are in the world, because those things that are in the world are going to be destroyed. Anyone who loves the world, you are in separation. You are at enmity with the creator of heaven and earth. So why do you love Babylon? Why do you weep over her? Why do you get all emotional when you hear, my country, 'tis of thee? Why does it shake you up like that? I tell you why, because there's a spirit of patriotism over you. You got that so-called patriotic spirit, and it has been embedded in you. It has been spellbound in you since your youth. Now you got to remove it, get it out of you. And they're going to say, you are an enemy of the state. You're going against the United States of America. Listen to President Trump, what he's saying right now. Anybody who hates our country, they need to go. In fact, those of you who come here with green cards and you're migrants, you got to go back to your country. This is what he said yesterday. You got to go back to your country and you got to refile. And if you meet our requirements, we'll let you back in. But wait a minute, they're already in. They're here legally. They're here legally, and now you're telling them they got to go back through the process all over again? What kind of heinous stuff is this? Now, me personally, I wish I was in that position. I wish I had another country to go to, because I'll be right there at the front of the line, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Forget all this stuff. Hopefully they'll let us take our dogs. We're out of here. We're out. It says that they were standing at a distance for fear of her torture, saying, whoa, whoa, that great city Babylon, the mighty city, because your judgment has come in 1 hour. And the merchants of the earth weep and mourning over her, because no one buys their merchandise anymore. Merchandises of gold, silver, precious stone, pearls, fine linen, purple, silk, scarlet, and all the citron wood, every object of ivory, every object of most precious wood, bronze, iron, marble, cinnamon, incense, frank oil, frankincense, wine, and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and cattle, and sheep, and horses, and carriages, and bodies, and lives of men, the souls of men. You know, life insurance policies like New York Life and Mutual of Omaha and all these other institutions that are selling souls of men. This is talking about the stock markets. And the fruit that you're being longed for has gone from you. The fruit that you've been longed for has gone from your 401ks, your 501ks, your 601, 710ks, 8OKs, whatever. You ain't even gonna think about it at that point if you're not already dead. Because the country is destroyed. What are you going to do with your pension now? All those years that you done sacrificed your soul and your body and your heart aching body is just beat up and crushed down. And now you're still looking for the government, whatever is left of it, to still try to help you. You done sold your soul to the devil, literally. And all your riches and splendor are lost to you, and you shall find them no more, not at all. That's right. All of you are stacking them chips up, not even knowing if you're ever going to get to spend it, not even knowing if you're going to be able to take that dream vacation. All that is gone. It's done. It's over. The merchants of these, those who became rich by her, by who? By this woman, this Babylonian system, shall stand at a distance for fear of her torture, weeping and mourning, saying, woe, woe, the great city that was dressed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls. Talking about the Vatican. For in 1 hour such great riches was laid waste, and every shipmaster and every passenger and every sailor and many as work on the sea for their living stood at a distance and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, what is like this great city? What is like this eternal city? The frescoes that are underneath the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, all that is gone. All the imagery, all the idols that are standing here erected in this pantheon around this Vatican, all destroyed in 1 hour. Destroyed. What is like this great city? They threw dust on their heads and cried, weeping and mourning and saying, woe, woe, the great city, in that all who had ships on the sea became rich by her wealth, for in 1 hour she was laid waste. Rejoice over her, O heaven. Rejoice over her, O heaven. This right here, if you was to say this, go into the White House and say this and say, I'm going to rejoice over this country when it's destroyed and it's broken down to its foundations. They'll be like, Secret Service, bound this guy up and throw him under the chamber. Take him out. Do you not see the environment and the atmosphere that is changing in this country by the day? This country is literally changing by the day. And the longer that we're staying in this truth and we're walking in this truth, the more we're seeing these things that is contrary to what the truth is saying about how we're supposed to live. But for the Christian mind, no, it goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand. Why? Because again, this country is Christianity. That's why I showed you the architecture. That's why I showed you that the Capitol Hill is no different than St. Peter's Basilica. That's why I showed you Cleopatra's Needle is no different than the Washington Monument. And if you go back and you study Rome, you study Washington, D.C., its very first name was Rome. It wasn't Washington, D.C. It was called Rome. Crazy, right? But look it up. Don't take my word for it. Look into the matter. That Potomac River that goes through Washington, D.C., yeah, I think that was called Tiberias. Is that what it's called? The one that's in Rome? Whatever that river is that runs through Rome, it's the same river that they called that river that we call the Potomac River today in Washington, D.C. They changed the name and they call it now Potomac. But before it was named, I think it was called Tiberias, if that's the name. Whatever that river is that's still there to this day in Rome, it's the same river that they called the Potomac before. Yep, sure was. Again, verse 20, rejoice over her, O heaven, and you set apart emissaries and prophets, for Allah Elohim has completely avenged you on her. Here we see that our prayers were answered. That was brought up before the incense altar, before Abba Yahuwah. He now answers what they were asking under the altar in Revelation chapter 6 in the fifth seal. How long, just and true, until you avenge our blood on those who are dwelling upon the earth? That's it right there. And one mighty messenger picked up a stone like a great millstone and threw it into the sea, saying, with such a rush, the great city Babel shall be thrown down and shall not be found any more at all. And then it goes on, and now it's talking about Broadway, right there in New York City, going down Broadway Street. Or is it Broadway Avenue? I can't remember how they say it. It says this. And the sound of harpists and musicians and flutists and trumpeters shall not be heard in you any more at all. And no craftsman of any trade shall be found in you any more at all. And the sound of a millstone shall not be heard in you any more at all. So what do we see here? It's talking about, what do you call it? Broadway shows. Yeah. It's also talking about your millstone factories. All of this is being destroyed. And the light of the lamp shall not shine in you any more at all. And the voice of the bridegroom and the bride shall not be heard in you any more at all. For the merchants who were great, the great ones of the earth, for by your drug sorcery, all the nations were led astray. What is the drug sorcery here? This is the pharmakia. This is the pharmacy. These are the synthetic drugs that they're pushing on everybody that you see all throughout your advertisement on TV. You can't watch one commercial break without them saying something about some type of pharmaceutical synthetic drug that they have created in a laboratory, and says, if you have this issue, take this. But the side effects are, and they start going all through about all these side effects. And one of them is death. So then you go to the doctor because you start getting some of these side effects. So now they give you some other pills to take off those side effects. But now there's side effects to those pills that you're taking. So now you're taking more pills for the side effects of those pills. And now the next thing you know, you got literally a whole color of the rainbow like Skittles in your hand that you're having to swallow down every single day. Some of you twice a day. Living off of this sorcery. And in her was found the blood of the prophets and the set apart ones and all who were slain on the earth. It was found in her. This is again the Catholic Inquisition. We're going to do 10 verses here and then we're done. And after this, I heard a loud voice of great crowd in the heaven saying, Hallelujah! Hallelujah! What does hallelujah mean in the Hebrew? This isn't a Greek word. This ain't an English word. This is a Hebrew word. Halal means praise, uyah, or to say add to I am, or to say praise the I am. Praise be to the I am. That's what hallelujah means. This right here, Yah, is the first part of his name. Yahuwah. He came in the flesh as Yahusha, not Yeshua. Yeshua is not his name. Yeshua is Aramaic. It's not Hebrew. Yeshua in Aramaic means salvation. Yahusha, on the other hand, is Hebrew, and it means I am is salvation. Shah in Hebrew means salvation, just by itself. Shah means salvation. Whereas in Aramaic, Yehusha means salvation. But when you have Yahusha, you have the first part of the name of the creator, Yah, I am. Just like he told Moses, you tell him I am sent you. You tell him Yah sent you. That's what hallelujah means. Praise the I am. So it says, in the second time, I'm over here passing up. I saw hallelujah down here and thought I was there. So it says, and after this, I heard a loud voice and a great crowd in heaven, not on earth. This was in heaven that John hears this. He is literally depicting you and me. This is what he sees. He sees us in the future, and we are praising Yahuwah by saying, hallelujah. Deliverance, that is salvation and esteem and respect and power to Yahuwah, our mighty one, because true and righteous are his judgments, because he has judged the great whore. He has judged the great whore who corrupted the earth with her whoring. So if we can read it a different way, he has judged Christianity, the great religion, who has corrupted the earth with her doctrine. And he has avenged on her the blood of his servants shed by her. Why? Because they were unaliving the true Hebrews. They were unaliving the true believers, the true followers of the Messiah, because they were keeping Torah and they were keeping the true Sabbath and they were eating clean and they knew the real name. So this is why all we know is Christianity today, because they literally practically wiped out every last one of our people. So they can change the religion to whatever they want it to be. They can change the documents of history, whatever they want it to be. Isn't that what they say? It's the victors who write history. And so it is. And so it's true. They have rewrote history. They changed the name, they changed the doctrine, they changed the people of the book. They changed everything. They changed the holidays, they changed the calendar, and they got us to believe it. Nicely packaged up, sealed up together, and put their Romanization on it and their Greco style over it. Jesus. So we have a Greco-Roman belief called Christianity, with all of its philosophy, with all of its doctrine, with all of its images and palpistry. It's all there. It's all there if you have eyes to see. Yahuwah did not choose the beautiful things of this world. He didn't choose those who are in power of this world to represent him. No, he chose those who were despised and rejected, who were downtrodden, who were the last and not the first, who were the tail and not the head. But look at everything that you see that comes from Italy. Oh, Lamborghini. Oh man, that's like the best sports car. Oh, you got Italian leather. Oh, that's the best this and the best that. Oh, you got Italian this, Italian that, Italian this and Italian that. Everything Italian, including religion called Christianity. It's number one. And yet they want you to believe that church and state is supposed to be separate. But the whole time this country was built upon church and state. The church is the state and the state is the church. Again, because true and righteous is his judgments, because he has judged the great whore who corrupted the earth with her whoring, and he has avenged on her the blood of his servants shed by her. Again, the Catholic Inquisition. And a second time they said, hallelujah. And her smoke rises up forever and ever. And the 24 elders and the 4 living beings fell down and worshipped Alua Elohim, who sat on the throne, saying, Amat, hallelujah. And a voice came from the throne saying, praise our Alua Elohim, all of you, his servants, and those who fear him, both small and great. John said he heard a voice coming from the throne. This voice came from the throne saying, worship him. And I heard as the voice of great crowd and the sound of many waters and as the sound of mighty thunders saying, hallelujah, that is, praise the I am, for Yahuwah Al Shaddai, the Almighty, reigns. Let us be glad and rejoice and give him praise, for the marriage of the Lamb has come. Did you hear that? For the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his wife prepared herself. You can't be his wife if you're a harlot. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. If what we're reading is true about Christianity being the harlot, being the whore, and we have been whoring after her, as the nations have done, then you cannot be his wife. You cannot be the Lamb's wife. You haven't prepared yourself. You lived in pagan idolatry. You did everything opposite of what he told the disciples. He never taught the disciples Christmas. He never taught the disciples Easter. He never taught the disciples Halloween. He never taught them Thanksgiving. He never taught them any of this Sunday worship. He never taught them anything about Father's Day and Mother's Day either. He never told them that they can eat whatever they want. He never told them any of this. But that's what we have been taught. We, you and me, I'm included. I was one who was preaching this stuff behind the pulpit for some years until Yahuwah found it in his own heart to open up my eyes. He didn't have to choose me. I didn't choose him, he says. None of us chose him. He chose us. And he's choosing many of you who are listening to my voice tonight. Now you have a choice to make. because he's saying that he wants to choose you. He has called you. Remember, he said many are called. He didn't say all were called. He didn't say the whole world was called. He said many were called. That means many got the invitation. Not everybody got the invitation. So you, my friend, you have been given an invitation. But now here's the crux of all of this. Out of the many, only a few shall be chosen. I pray that you're one of the few. I pray you're one of the few. So that you can go into this marriage. Let us be glad and rejoice and give him praise, for the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his wife prepared herself. And to her it was given to be dressed in fine linen, clean and bright, for the fine linen is the righteousnesses of the set apart ones. Notice that, for the fine linen is the righteousnesses of the set apart ones. What is the righteousnesses? That's the works of the law. That's where you get that. It's the works of the law. And he said to me, right, Baruch are those who have been called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. You see that? And he said to me, these are the true words of Yahuwah Elohim. And John fell at his feet to worship him. But he said to him, see, do not do it. I am your fellow servant and of your brothers who possess the witness or the testimony of Yahusha, and worship Yahuwah Elohim. Worship Yahuwah Elohim. For the witness of Yahusha is the spirit of prophecy. This is where we're going to stop. And so, just to bring you up to where we're at, what we read here and again, this took me a whole year, almost a whole year to put together, studying the book of Revelation. And I want to thank Abba Yahuwah for giving me understanding. I was asking for it. A lot of fasting, a lot of praying. He opened my eyes. And if he does it for me, I know he'll do it for any one of us, because I'm a very wretched sinner. When I say that, I mean that. So if he can do it for me, he'll open up any one of yours eyes if you are truly seeking him. So here we were. Today we went through sequence 4, sequence 5, and sequence 6. We just stopped at verse 10. We just read about how he was going to destroy Babylon, the harlot. All of this fits right here in the seventh bowl. We are not here when this transpires. He is going to judge us, avenge us, I should say, not judge us. He's going to avenge our blood on Babylon here in the seventh bowl. So next week, we will be here in the seventh sequence. The seventh sequence has to do with the battle at Armageddon. That's where it's going to start, and it's going to take us into the millennial reign, into the final rebellion, and into Judgment Day. That's the seventh sequence right here. All right. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, Yahuwah, for all those who have come in and those who are still here, I ask, O Abba, that you would Baruch them, that you would bless them with your words. May these words nourish their spiritual person. May we not look to the left or to the right, but may we only look to your instructions, your Torah, to where we get all the instructions from you, O Abba. Please prepare us, your people, especially those of us who are living here in Babylon. We ask you, O Abba, to help us not to be afraid or fearful, but that you would give us a sound mind, a pure heart, and that we will walk uprightly before you. Help us to distinguish between what is clean and unclean, what is right and what is wrong, what is righteous and what is wicked. Help us to hear your voice and not the voice of another shepherd. You are our shepherd, O Abba. May you lead us into all truth by your Ruach HaKodesh, by your Spirit. Abba, I pull for all those who've been listening. I ask that you would baruch them and that you would keep them and that you would order their steps and that they would give you praise and esteem to your righteous name, O Yahuwah. And on that day, when every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Yahusha is Yahuwah, Abba, remember us. May our names not be blotted out of the book of life, but that they shall all be found in the Lamb's book of life, O Abba, that we may all dwell with you forever and a day. Please hear our words on this Yom, on this Shabbat, in the mighty name of your Ben Yahushua HaMashiach, the name that is above all names. Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Hallelujah, Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Exalt Yahuwah. All right, so I'm going to turn back on the live chat. And we're going to see what anyone has to say, any comments, any questions. I want to thank all of you again for being here listening to this on this Sabbath study. Again, we'll be going at this again next week, Yahuwah willing. Anybody need any kind of clarification about what we have talked about today? Oh, yes. All praise to Abba Yahuwah for this study that we've had. Great to hear from you, Cody, Laura, Hennessy. Appreciate all of your comments as well from the past. Yahuwah, continue to open your eyes to his truth, Cody. Nicole, you said, what's your notes on fasting and prayer as far as what kind of fasting? Is it different from the fake Bibles? No, it's still the same. Fasting, as we understand it, is not to be done on Sabbath, okay? Anytime you fast, you do not fast on a Sabbath. You're like, well, where's that in Scripture, right? Well, you're not going to find it in what has been canonized. But if you look for it in the book of Jubilees, which I'm about to show you right now, in the very last chapter, chapter 50, you're going to find there where it says that you are not to fast on a Sabbath, okay? Let me show you here. So verse 12, this is chapter 50 of Jubilees. And every person who does any work thereon, or goes on a journey, or tills his farm, whether his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides on any beast, or travels by ship on the sea, or whoever strikes or unalives anything, or slaughters a beast or a bird, or whoever catches an animal or a bird or a fish, or whoever fasts or makes war on the Sabbath, that person who does any of these things on the Sabbath shall die. So that the children of Yasharal, not to anyone else, these are to those who are native born and who have been adopted in, so that the children of Yasharal shall observe the Sabbaths according to the commandments, according to the Sabbaths of the land, as it is written in the tablets that Yahuwah, or he, gave into my hands, that is, into the hands of Moses, that I should write it out for you. Excuse me, this is an angel who wrote it out for Moses, which is for you, the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. Here is the completed the account of the divisions of the days. Sorry, there's this thing over here you guys can't see, but on my screen it blots that side out, so I had to. Hey, my love. To the
Hallelujah.
All right. Shalom, Makodi Itzla. Shabbat Shalom, Akot. All praises to Abba Yahuwah. Akoti Stella Yahu, Aski Yahu, Elizabeth, Aviyaha, Kate, Mary, Denise, Elena, The Cosmic. What's going on, my aunt? Charlie, great to see you, Aki. Tracy Andrews, Taylin down there I'm over here forgetting it's right around the corner from us too. Kingman. I almost forgot the little town over there. Apologies, Cody Tracy. Cody Lawrence, Sophia, C. Gonzalez, of course, my Cody Nazareth, who's been with me since day one. Aki Steven, great to see you here, Ak. Yes. Okay, let me go back and see if there's any questions. I'm over here just doing some shout outs. And for those of you I didn't shout out, Yahuwah loves you. Just because I might not have acknowledged you doesn't mean that you're any less. Of course, as you know, Abba Yahuwah loves us all the same. Let's see. Cody Lawrence says, it is just called Broadway. Okay, so Broadway it is. Or is it the Avenues of the Americas? Which one is it? No, I'm just joking. I know they come together right there at Times Square. Okay, Sophia, you said, is Hazon chapter 14:16 the first resurrection? Hazon 14:16 the first resurrection. I believe it is. Let me look at it again so I can tell you for certainty. Let's go there. 14:16. 14:16. Oh, gotta go to the next page. Yes, that is yes, that's what I said it was. Yep. So this here starting at 15, when the Messiah comes and he has this sharp sickle in his hand, this is symbolism of the harvest. He's about to reap the harvest from off the earth. This first harvest is us. It says here, and the one sitting on the cloud thrusted in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. These people were not thrown into the great wine press, which is the wrath of Yahuwah. This group did. This is what we see here. And another came out, right? And he also had a sharp sickle. And it says here, and the messenger thrusted in his sickle into the earth and gathered up the vine of the earth and threw it into the great wine press of the wrath of Aluah Elohim. And the wine press was trodden outside the city, right? So this is not the second, or not the first part of the first resurrection. These people are taken out in what we call the battle at Armageddon. The battle at Armageddon. Let's see. So Laura, you said, so where are we currently in Revelation? Right now, we are currently in the second seal, the red horse. The red horse symbolism of a great world war. Okay, that's what we're seeing right now. We're at the beginning of it. And we're also, the first trumpet has already been blown. This is why we're seeing so many trees destroyed every year. The rainforests and the jungles and the back countries, all this is being burnt up every summer. Regardless of where you live, it seems like every place is having wildfires. It was not like this when I was younger. If the winepress is those who take the mark, who then would be left to fight war? Well, because again, what you're seeing here, I guess the confusion is, what you're seeing here in this sickle has to do with the battle at Armageddon. This is when we're coming. We're coming back with the Messiah, like it says in the book of Jude, right? And this was prophesied in the book of Enoch. Enoch prophesied the seventh from Adam, right? Remember what it says there? How does it read? And Kanok, you may know him as Enoch, the seventh from Adam, also prophesied of these, saying, see, Yahuwah comes with his myriads of set-apart ones, to execute judgment on all, to punish all who are wicked among those concerning all their wicked works that they have committed in a wicked way, and concerning all the harsh words that wicked sinners have spoken against him. So again, who's coming? Yahuwah comes with myriads of his set-apart ones. He's coming with myriads of his saints. That's us. This is what we know as the battle at Armageddon. So again, what causes confusion to people is they don't see these sequences. It's retelling. The book of Revelation is retelling the same story, but from a different angle, from a different vantage point, so that John could write it down, and so that those of us who are reading it may be able to perceive what is being told to him. So we have to use our understanding that Yahuwah gives us to realize when he talks about those who are going to be destroyed, who have the mark and who have followed the beast. Not everybody who, just like today, there might be a whole bunch of us that are citizens of the US, right? But we're not all part of the US military. Okay? So it'd be the same for these people who are taking the mark. They might all have the mark, but not all of them are part of the military. So there are certain ones who are still going to be part of the military, but then you have the so-called non-military citizens who still have the mark. And we got to go and clean house. We got to clean everything. And it's not going to be done in one day. This is going to be what do they call that? A campaign. It's going to be a campaign. Just like when you go back and you read, and this is why it's so important to read the Old Testament, because the Old Testament is a microcosm of a macrocosm that's going to happen in the future. What do I mean by this? If you look at the children of Israel, when they were done with wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, they ended up at the Jordan. The word Yarden or Jordan in Hebrew means descending. Okay, it's a portal, it's a door. The Messiah is going to come just like Joshua took the children of Israel, the military arm that went before or went after the ark, excuse me. The ark went before them, but the military was behind the ark. And as they entered, and so that ark would represent our Messiah, right? Because he's sitting between the angels. He is sitting on the mercy seat. So the priests carried the ark over the Jordan and they crossed over on dry ground. And what did they do? They set up shop. They were right there waiting to take out Jericho, which is a moon city. All you moon followers who are following the moon calendar, you're about to get destroyed. Because that's what Jericho was. Jericho is a moon city. The word Jericho is how we pronounce it, but it's Yarakko. Yarak in Hebrew is moon. Okay, Jericho, Jericho. Jericho is a moon city. And we're destroying. The very first thing we're going after is the moon city. We're going to destroy the moon city, and then there's going to be 9 other kings that are going to be taken out. Just like we see in the book of Revelation, there are 10 kings, right? Remember the dragon had 10 horns on his head of his 7 heads? This is exactly who we're taking out. Just like the children of Israel took out 10 nations that was before them when they came out of the wilderness and they went into the promised land. So shall it be for us on a micro level. On a macro level. The whole earth and everything that's in it belongs to Yahuwah. All of it is his. He says the whole world is mine and the fullness thereof. Yes, Mr. Kane. I'll bring that up here in just a second. You said, can I show you the secret meeting of the pastors? Yes, I gotta bring it up. Vic, you said the study paper document is not available on our page. It should be on the link tree, but what I'll do is I'm going to send it over to Aki Chris Yahoo after I get off. I'll make sure to do that because I do have a copy already on my laptop. So I'm going to forward him one via email so he can post it on our website. For some reason, I thought I still had it. That was weird. Aki Al, you said, sorry to disturb you. Turn comments back off, my Ak. Why do we have to turn off the... No, this is the time when I want comments on, Aki. I want to be able to read what everyone is talking about right now. Unless that was something you sent earlier. Okay, let's see. I love this study today. It was such a barak. You're welcome, Aki Jacob Yahoo. All blessings to Abba Yahuwah. All barakah. Oh, that was way earlier, Ak? Okay. Yeah, it's difficult when I'm here. It just shows me what you call it, Aki. Apologies, Salakia. Let's see. Soft Kitty, you said, I was told wrong all my life. You're not the only one. All of us have. Yes, Yah's chosen daughter. We do need to have another corporate fast here very soon. Yes. Lupe, great to see you, Cody. Great to see you. Shabbat Shalom. Oh, is that what it was? Okay, Aki. I'm not able to look at the screenshot while I'm over here on it right now because it's gonna set me away to where you guys will see it'll look like it's paused out. Let's see. I appreciate this, Yom. I do too, Shishi. I appreciate coming together with all of you. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys. Let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. I'm going to show you about what they said about this secret meeting. I don't know if I would call it a secret meeting. It was a meeting. They won't tell us who the person is, and that's why I call it a secret. They won't tell us who the official of the Trump's administration that told these pastors this information that they had to be prepared for what's getting ready to happen. Aki Albert, yes, you said, can I please explain what does it mean there about the last verse that we read? Okay, so let me go back there about where it says that he is the spirit of prophecy. Okay, so here, okay, for one to understand prophecy, you have to have Yahusha dwelling in you by his Ruach. So this is why it says here, this angel told John, for the witness or the testimony of Yahusha is the spirit of prophecy. So again, if you testify of the Messiah and that he lives and that he is coming again, you're foretelling a future event that is to come. That is the spirit of prophecy. That is the Ruach, right? Of, how do we say it? Nabu. So it's the spirit of prophecy. And so anytime you confess Yahusha, you have that Ruach in you because you're saying that he's coming. That's the spirit. Okay. Let's see. Michael, NIV is a no-no. Throw the NIV away, please. Get you a, if you want to read something like an NIV, the best one that I can tell you would be a New King James Version. And I don't really like the New King James. I have the New King James only for the fact that I like it in the modern vernacular of the modern English, but I do not like the LORDs and the GODs and the JESUSs. Other than that, I'm cool with it. What is the name of that map? Oh, MJ Hubbard, that map is called the Club of Rome map. Okay. That will also be uploaded onto our website. Like I said, I know it's on the link tree because I gave it to Nazareth many of years, I won't say many of years ago, but a couple years ago. So I know it's on our link tree. But I'll make it to where I can't make it, but I will ask our Aki Chris if he can bring it to the forefront on the website, since we're doing this study on Revelation, if he can make some kind of a shortcut so people, as soon as that they come onto the website, they can see where it's talking about what we're studying right now, which is Revelation and the series of the sequences. Okay, let me stop right here, but let me look up this thing before I get to answering any more questions, because I need to multitask a little better than what I'm doing right now, and I'm kind of all over the place. So give me a second here. I need to find. Give me a second. I know we went over a lot of information today, but you know, it's you guys are smart enough to get all this information in. I know you guys are able to handle it. All right, let me find this here. Give me a second. You're gonna hear me go dark here for a second. Let me find it. Let's see. Hmm. Did I even? I thought I had it here. Maybe I don't. I don't think I have it. Hold on. Let me pull it up, though. Let me see if I can pull it up, okay? Give me a second here. Let's see. Here's TT. Okay, search. Let me see. Give me a second here. Okay. So, put here. I don't know if that's going to do it. Nope, that's not showing it. Let me see. How do I do this?
Name the worst place to be at midnight on New Year's Eve.
In the church. Okay, let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Secret. I don't want that. Oh, it's showing me users. I want videos. That's why it's not showing me. Oh man, I gotta go through all of this. I thought I had it. Let me see if I can find another way to do this. Give me a second. One more here. Let me try one more. Okay, let me back this out. And okay. Let's see if this does it, okay? Let's see if this. Let me play this one here.
Interdimensional beings couldn't get more bizarre. Well-known Christian pastor Perry Stone just had this to say.
But there were a large number of pastors that had been invited to go to a certain state to hear some men in the United States government and others share with them a concern that they had. But he said, Perry, what they're about to release, from what we're hearing, there's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft, that some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released. And some of it has to do with crafts that have been discovered that are not allegedly a part of our planet, and the materials they're made of are not a part of our planet. Very strange reptilian-looking creatures.
Okay, our alien expert, Billy, what did you make of that? I love that, alien expert. Well, here's what I'll tell you. We don't really know what this meeting was. We don't know what happened. I have seen other people say, oh, no, it's real. I was there. This meeting happened. You know, the reality is we don't know the confines of the information, what was sort of given. There's a lot happening here. Disclosure, the idea that alien disclosure could happen, or explanations for these UFOs, that the government is going to do this. We've seen the president talk about this. But the idea that faith leaders would be brought in is very interesting, because this is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal in culture. It's going to be a big deal essentially in the church. because people have to have an answer to it. We've been talking about this quite a bit here, in different segments, and the reality is Christians have to know what they believe and what they think about this, and that requires praying about it, asking the Lord, looking at Scripture, trying to understand what could possibly be going on here. But I have to tell you, the big thing when I look at this is that fear. Fear is something that is going to grip people. There's also a fascination. People have long wanted to believe in aliens. They've wanted to believe in UFOs. Maybe 10 years ago we would have laughed about it, but right now more than half of the public believes that these things are real. And so whatever this disclosure tells us, the fact that you had pastors purportedly gathered together, if this is true, to talk with government officials about it is very, very intriguing for a couple of reasons. First, it shows that pastors, still in the eyes of the government, hold an important role in our culture and our society, right? They preside over many, many people, sometimes thousands of people. And so if you want to get a message to people, you go to those pastors. But the second thing, and this is really interesting, we have no idea if this is true. We have to assume now, are we just going to believe suddenly whatever the government narrative is on, and we don't know what it's going to be. Whatever the government comes out and says about UFOs and aliens are we posturing to say we're going to believe that automatically? Are we going to question that? Are we going to try to understand maybe what is going on? Because we are very much in a time where there have been a lot of distrust and a lot of questions about what the government has said on other issues, right, of late. And so I'm very interested to see how people react to the government coming forward with information, because you have to assume, again, that the government knows, okay, well, if I trust what the government says, right, and at face value, whatever narrative they put out there, if I just say I'm going to embrace that, I think that's pretty lazy. So I would encourage everybody, regardless of whether or not this story is true, regardless of whether or not pastors were brought together, when that disclosure does happen, that you take it to prayer. And I'll stop there, Raj, but I'll just say this last thing. You take it to prayer, you ask God, how do I interpret this information? What does this mean? And we put it up against what Scripture tells us to have a proper framework and understanding of what could be happening.
I actually think this is a gift that this is happening slowly so that we can have a moment to just chat and figure out what the Bible says about this. And I think most importantly, as you were mentioning, Billy, our first reaction shouldn't be fear, right? Hundreds of years ago, oh my gosh, is the world not flat? That's totally going to ruin my faith. No, it didn't. And I don't think this should either, because I think this actually
Did he bring up the world is not flat? Oh my gosh.
And I go to this. Revelation chapter 13, the beast is identified this way. Think about this. Chapter 13, verse 13. And it performed great signs, even causing fire to come down from heaven to the earth in full view of the people. How could all the people see this? Because of the signs it was given power to perform on behalf of the first beast, here it is, it deceived the inhabitants of the earth. It ordered them to set up an image to honor of the beast who was wounded by the sword and yet lived. Going down a little bit farther, then we talks about the mark of the beast. It also forced all people, great, small, rich, and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number on its name. And here's verse 18. And this is for us, if you're watching. This calls for...
This calls for...
wisdom. I think
Sorry about that, you guys.
Okay, just from a logical atheistic perspective, the closest solar system is something like 5 light years away, which means unless this aircraft or whatever it is has the ability to travel at the speed of light, which I think is almost impossible, I don't think this is how an alien race would interact with human beings that have traveled.
Okay, so it's kind of going off a little bit. He's giving us his ideas and his understanding. But you see, what I wanted to share with you is that there are people who are talking about this secret meeting with the Trump administration about what they, as pastors, need to give an answer for their parishioners of why are they seeing and how do you explain this? Now, for us, we know what it is. We know what's happening with Christianity. Christianity is the lie. Okay. When you know what we know, there's nothing to be explained other than you just stick close to Yahusha. You stick close to him and you're going to be fine. You do anything else, you get sidetracked, you ain't going to know what in the world's going on because you done found yourself following the lie. And so he's going to give you over to the lie. And this is what's happened to many of these people on this earth. They have no idea. They're just over here just following JC. Okay, and yes, it's true that the fallen ones are these so-called aliens. We know this. All even Extions know this. Okay, but here's the difference. When you find somebody who comes down, and I say come down because I believe that they're going to fake a second coming. And the people on this earth are mesmerized by what they're seeing, like this is impossible. But yet it's happening. And you have all these big wigs. And if you have Christian pastors, hear what I'm saying. If you have Christian pastors that are saying, oh my gosh, this is the Messiah. Now, they're going to talk about how everything was messed up and we didn't understand and we had the wrong translation, da 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 da, all this stuff. And then here we are, holding on to the truth. We don't want to bend the knee. We don't want to subvert from the truth. We are the ones who are going to be considered the enemy. All these Christians are going to turn on us because they're going to they're going to destroy Christianity. They're literally going to destroy it. This is why these pastors are being forewarned right now. You better have an answer for your parishioners what we're about to unleash, because what we're about to reveal is going to get everybody saying, Christianity's skeptical. And not only Christianity, but all these other so-called organized religions. They're going to be done as well. Okay, let's see. Let's see. All right. Well, we are 4 hours over. Oh, okay, Rachel. You said it's the 1 hour in Rev 1712 in our time or an hour with Yahuwah's time? Okay, so that word hour there is actually a general word. Let me show you. Let me bring up my Strongs here on the E sword. Let me pull it up. It can have a myriad of sayings. That word, excuse me, it can be a short time. It could be a literal hour. Okay, but when you see it, it's pretty much the way I see it. Okay, and this is just my opinion. The way I see it, as I'm getting ready to show it to you here in Revelation, and that was 17, because she's going to be destroyed in an hour. Let's see, let me go. Revelation 17:12. All right, let me blow this up so you guys can see it with me. Give me a second. All right. 17:12, right? And there's the word hour right there. G5610. Let me hover over that. G5610. Click on it. Hora. Okay, apparently primary word an hour, literally or figuratively. It could be a day, an hour, in an instant, in a season, short, eventide, high time. So it can mean all of that. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You can read into this and say in one instant, right? It could be one instant, or it could be in one day, or it can mean in one season. So the translators chose an hour. Okay, so again, it could be an hour, it can be an instant, it can be a season, it could be in a day. Okay. Let's see. Laura, you have 2 children, 40, age 40. One is in Buddhism and the other one is an atheist. We are praying for them. Yes, as you should. Okay, I'm getting breaking news right now. U.S. says it launched self-defense strikes in Iran as a peace negotiation drags on. So they're attacking Iran again in Tehran. That just came across my feed. Aki L, I will look into that. I haven't really looked into that before, but I will look into that. Isaiah 8:2. Okay. We'll check it out. I'll check that out in my personal time, and then I'll get back to you. Let's see. What is the name of this app that I'm showing here? This is called eSword. Yes, Aki L. Yep, I'm gonna look into it, and then I'll get back to you. eSword. eSword. Okay. Yes, Cody Brook. I'm using eSword. Yep, eSword. Can you speak on sky cracking open? So yes, David, that's actually going to take us into our next week's study, but I'll say this. I believe that the sky cracking open is the firmament. The firmament is made out of ice. So these hailstones that we were reading about that are the size of a talent, which is like 75 pounds each, is going to be the cracking of the sky. These pieces of the firmament are going to be falling towards the earth, and they're going to be coming down at a velocity speed. So they're going to be coming at well over 200 miles an hour, and they're going to just be plummeting the earth. Yeah. Again, if you understand that the firmament is, yes, it's like breaking glass. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly, David. Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time for those people who are here. Like I said, we're not going to be here. For those of you who are truth and who are in the bosom of the Father, you're not going to be here. You don't have to worry about even dealing with that. We're going to be watching that from above, not from below. Yep. And those stones are going to be falling on a geographical location. It's not the whole earth. It's on his empire, his kingdom, wherever his capital building is going to be. And I believe it's going to be probably in Jerusalem. So if he is moving and he's sitting in a place where he's not supposed to be sitting, then it's probably going to be Jerusalem. And Yahuwah is going to make a whole bunch of ice chunks, boulder size, 75-pound pieces of ice. I mean, the way I like to put it is this. Imagine taking, for those of you who lift weights, you take a 45-pound plate. That's the big plates, the 45-pound plate, right? That iron plate. And then you add a 25-pounder and weld them together, and then throw that out of just a second-story house and have somebody below it accidentally get hit by it. It's going to kill them. Now imagine something coming from way up at the top of the dome at its velocity speed, like it's at its full speed, coming down 75 pounds. That thing is coming down with some weight. Yes, I remember that, Aki Steve. I sure do. We'll crack the glass ceiling or whatever. Oh yes, Shannon, that's a great point. They will catch on fire, just like everything else that's coming through the Earth's surface. They catch on fire, so they were literally so they probably started off even bigger, and they're melting as they're coming through the atmosphere because of the resistance, the friction. You're very welcome, Don. I hope you're not following the moon calendar, by the way. That is the wrong calendar. Aki Robin. Great to see you here from over there in Australia. You say, can I look up the word witch? Um, of course, I don't use the word witch, but yes, you just want me to look it up, and how do you want me to phrase it in the question? If the sound is gone, you might have to go back out and then come back in. Sometimes it's just a connection. Please look up the word meaning of witch. Oh, witch. Okay. So which am I which am I putting down? You have put WITCH earlier, and now you have WHICH. Which one do you want me to look up, Aki? Which do you want me to look up? The second one. Okay, gotcha. What is the meaning of WHICH? Which is a relative pronoun used to introduce a clause that provides additional information about a noun. It can also be used as an interrogative, interrogative pronoun to ask about specific options among a limited set. Is that what you got when you was looking it up? I don't see anything of any concern there. Yes, exactly, Robin. That's why I don't like to use it. I'll use what, that, depending on how it's phrased in scripture. I try to stay away from that word. Yes. Let me look up something else here. Give me a second. Let me look up something. Let me look it up this way. Is there any connection between which and which other than the sound phonetically? There is no direct etymological connection between which, WITCH, and which, WHICH. They originate from different roots. Which comes from the Old English, which comes from Wicca, while which derives from the Old English. Oh, I don't even know how that is. I don't even know if that's a word. I didn't say that. Wahader. But yes, I do see the same too about the word witch. But they're saying that there's no connection etymologically. But we don't believe and trust everything that they tell us on these computer pads. We have to look into these things ourselves. And when you hear something that sounds phonetically the same in the same language, you have to ask yourself a question: why? It'd be different if it was a different language and we said, oh, witch, and that was like Chinese, and it has a meaning. Okay, it is what it is. Like the word nigga. Okay, now nigga in Korean, this is why I'm bringing it up, we say nega. Okay, nega, which would be like me, myself. But somebody else hearing that, they would say, man, that sounds like, the N word, right? But in Korean, it's me saying now me in that kind of sense, right? But it sounds, you know, provocative to another one who's saying like, wait a minute, man, did you just call me a, yeah, exactly. But it's a word that has a totally different meaning the way it sounds in a different language. But what I'm saying about the word witch, WHICH, which sounds just like WITCH, and they're both used in the same language. That causes concern. Well, so here's another one, right? I hear a lot of people when they say stuff like, um, because of the influence of these Jewish people, they think there's a lot of guttural sounds in the original Hebrew. There's not. There is no k sound in Hebrew. Like you hear people saying kadash. It's kadash. It's clean. It's not k. There's no like you're trying to hawk up a loogie. Okay, and there's people that do that. But again, if you listen to the Jewish people, that's what they do because that's their way of pronouncing certain words. It's a Germanic thing that they do. It's a vocalization that they do that's German. Okay, we don't do that in Hebrew. But I hear some of our mishpachah, they use it. I don't correct you guys, but I'm just letting you know that's not Hebrew. That's Yiddish. Okay, just to let you know, it's Yiddish. Yeah, so we really don't want to do what they do. If it's correct, I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? But if it's not correct, I don't want it. Especially when I know they're the ones who came up with it. I'm not trying to use it. That's like when somebody says, Baruch, they'd be like Baruch, Baraka. It's like you don't need to do all that like you trying to hawk up something because that's not part of the language. That's Yiddish. That's German. Like Guggenheimen, they say all that stuff. Our Cody Jennifer, she knows German way better than me. I don't speak German, but I do know that they use it that way. Gluckenskeiken, Gleikenstop. Okay, let me stop making fun of them. They got a beautiful language. I just don't know how to speak it. Cody Lauren, you do that? I didn't know you do that. Aki Jimmy, I just wanted to let you know I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you, Gentry. I appreciate you. I do. I appreciate you. Yeah, well, like, here's the other thing. So, like Spanish, when you go, a lot of those European languages, they kind of, if you go back far enough, you'll start to see how they all connect one way or the other. And so Spanish, they had a lot of guttural sounds when you're rolling your R's in Spanish, right? Like um Enrique, right? You got to get that tongue rolling. But then when you have the guttural sound of the Yiddish people, yeah, it sounds like they hawking up a nice one. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like we don't do that in the true Hebrew. But again, it's to each his own. I just know that is an influence that if you've never heard the Yiddish people speak Hebrew, you would have never thought to make that guttural sound. But they're the ones who has taught us this guttural sound in what we thought was Hebrew, which is actually Yiddish. Yes, exactly, Shannon. Yes. Timio, please tell me, can one immerse oneself? Please point out the right way. Okay, so Timo, that is a great question. Did the Messiah immerse himself? I mean, if anyone could immerse themselves, it would have been him, right? But he didn't immerse himself. He went to John, and John immersed him. In fact, John didn't even want to immerse him. He was like, I should be getting immersed by you. Why are you asking me to immerse you? And yet the Messiah says, we must do this so we can fulfill all things, make everything right. It has to be done this way. And so at that point, it says that Yohanan then did what he was asked to do, and he immersed the Messiah. So to answer your question, no, you cannot self-immerse yourself. Where and when are we meeting in NY? I don't know when I'm going to be back that way, Cody. I don't know if you're asking me about that, but I don't know when I'm heading back that way. Yes, Denise, it's definitely constant. So the Sabbath, well, it's constant in the fact of it's constant every year, right? So the Sabbath, like today, is from sunrise to the next sunrise. So sunrise today, and it ends when the sun rises tomorrow morning. Okay. Now, as far as it being consistent, it is not consistent. It's not always going to be on a Monday as it is right now. Come next spring equinox, that's what resets our time before our creator, because he created the time. He tells us when the time starts and when it ends and when you reset again. And our reset is what we call the spring equinox. The spring equinox resets our time as it was in the day of creation. It resets it to the fourth day of the week. So the fourth day of the week was when he created the sun, moon, and the stars, Denise. And he said that he gave us the sun, moon, and the stars so that we, mankind, not animals, but mankind, can keep time. And so every spring equinox, it sets us back to the fourth day of creation. So 3 days after the spring equinox brings you your first Sabbath, because you're always going to land on the fourth day on the spring equinox. That's right, Aki Ed Yahoo. Yep. The Ashkenazis. That's right. They are all European. And I don't say that in the wrong way, right? Because, again, we're all family, every last one of us. Okay. So it's not so much about where we're from, it's about what the people have instilled into others. They want us to believe that they're the true Jews. And any of you who know who the Ashkenazis are, you can look them up in Genesis chapter 10. They are not Shemites, they are Japhites, they're Yaphites. It's right there in Genesis 10. Yes, Vanessa, we have our a Cody. Um well, we got actually a few that live in the DC area. Or a Cody Treese. A Cody Treese, are you here? You might want to hook up with Vanessa. Vanessa Davis wants to get immersed. Tammy, what's the connection between Lent and Tammuz? Okay, that's a great question. Let me bring this up here. Give me a second. Um, let's see. Give me a second. This is going to take me a second to find. We did a study on Tammuz a little while back, and I'm seeing if I can find it here. I don't see it here. Give me a second. I might have to go to, where is this? Let me just use this book here. So in this book called Come Out of Her, My People, let's go to the word cross. Here it is. Now, I can't read all of this, but I'm just going to show you a little bit here, okay? But we're going to go to the part, I'm going to skim this. You can see where it talks about the cross here. This is called Come Out of Her, My People by C. Coster. This is an excellent book. For those of you who are in the beginning stages of this walk and you want to start cleaning up your vocabulary, this is a great book to use to start cleaning up your vocabulary, okay? It's not all inclusive of all the words that we're not supposed to say, because again, nobody knows all of the words. We're still learning as we're going, as the Ruach is revealing to his people. So we know, like the word cross, it's not a bad word. It's the way it's being used. Okay. Like if I say I got to cross the street, that's not a bad word. But when we're using it to say the Messiah was impaled on a cross, now we're changing history. We're changing the story. Okay. Because what we find out is the cross has Gentile origins. Okay. So like here, Jeremiah 16:19, which is an awesome passage. It says here, a prophecy for the end time is given to us. In Jeremiah 16:19, Jeremiah addresses Yahuwah and says, the Gentiles shall come to you from the ends of the earth and say, quote, surely our fathers have inherited lies, worthlessness, and unprofitable things. Okay, if you read into it, you would know that we're talking about not only Christianity, but a whole lot of things that has happened before Christianity even came about. So now let's go here. And so it starts talking about how our Messiah in the Greek, he was on a stake, and it comes from this Greek word staros, okay, which is an upright pole and not a cross. Okay, he was impaled on a pole, a log, if you will. Okay, hence why they call it a tree. But let's go down here. Let's see here. It should be stated. Constantine. Yep, Constantine had a lot to do with why people are following the cross. Okay. Reverend Alexander Hislop in the book, The Two Babylons. This is another great book. I don't have a copy anymore. I need to get another one. Frankly calls the cross this pagan symbol, the Tau. The word Tau is the letter T in Hebrew. It's the sign of the cross. The indisputable sign of Tammuz, the false Messiah, the mystic Tau of the Chaldeans or the Babylonians, and the Egyptians, the true original form of the letter T, its initial from the name of Tammuz. The Babylonian cross was the recognized emblem of Tammuz. Now, that was the very first cross was named after Tammuz. It comes from the letter T in his name. Okay. But that it doesn't stop there. Then the Greeks have their kind, but we want to go over here also to this one. You see a lot of our brothers and sisters who want to be so pro-black and pro-African. You'll see them wearing these as earrings, especially, you know, like Sister Soldier and all that when I was back in the day when I was deep into hip hop. But anyways, they were doing all of this, like the African Bambata. They all had these things hanging off their necks. Earth, Wind, and Fire. They were hanging these things. Some people even have these ankhs on, you know, tattooed on themselves and all of this stuff. Okay. But again, the ankh, sometimes called the Tau cross, that had been carried over into our modern day symbol of the female Okay, you notice this to be the female sign, well known in biology. So this they use this all over the place, but they just, they just slowly creep it into your mindset. You don't even think about it. Oh yeah, here you go. My niece, she knows Yahuwah, she knows Yahusha, but she doesn't realize that the cross is an image of jealousy. It's the image of the beast. She doesn't see this. Yahuwah hasn't given her eyes to see it yet. And so she still, I told her and her boyfriend, I'm like, hey, what you guys got on your neck? That's pagan. I mean, you literally got the image of the beast around your neck. And they're like, huh? They're looking at each other like, yeah, that is not scriptural. But you can't tell them that because they identify, just like a lot of Christians, they identify with the cross and they just can't seem to divorce themselves, separate themselves from that pagan symbol. Yep, Ezekiel 8, yes, exactly. So again, this is a great book to get if you want to look into a lot of the things that we are not to speak anymore. Okay. Ezekiel 8:14. Yep. I mean, when you read all of this, it really, it goes back. You gotta go back before that. You gotta go here to verse 3. And he stretched out the form of a hand. He, meaning Yahuwah, stretched out a form of a hand and took me, Ezekiel, Hazakal, by a lock of my hair, and the Ruach lifted me up between the Arats and the Shamayim, and brought me in visions of Alua Alahim to Yahushalom. So he was teleported to Jerusalem, to the door of the north gate in the inner court where the seat of the image of jealousy was. That causes jealousy. And it says, and see, the esteem of Alua Alahim of Yasharah was there, like the vision that I saw in the plain. And he said to me, Son of Adam, please lift up your eyes towards the north. And I lifted my eyes northward, and north of the slaughter place gate, I saw this image of jealousy in the entrance. And he said to me, Son of Adam, do you see what they are doing? The great abominations that the house of Yasharal are doing here, driving me away from my set apart place? And you are to see still greater abominations. So again, this is the image of jealousy. And so when we read verse 14, it says, and he brought me to the door of the north gate of the house of Yahuwah. And I saw women sitting there, weeping for Tammuz. Then he said to me, have you seen this, O son of Adam? You are to see still greater abominations than these. So again, we see how they have taken nothing new from under the sun. Everything that we have in Christianity is literally from Babylon. Literally. All right, so I'm going to cut it off here in about 15 minutes. We're going to end this live so that those who are watching this later in the future, they're able to they don't look at the number and say, man, 5 hours. What in the world was this guy talking about for 5 hours? But those who are hungry for the truth, they're going to listen. They might break it up into increments, but if you're hungry, you're going to look into this information that we're talking about today. And not only today, but many days. I did not see, I didn't even know Aki Lester was in here. Shalom, my Aki Lester. Shabbat shalom. What did you ask? Can you bring it back up, Aki Lester? I see Aki Quinton. You said read Acts 19. Okay, Acts 19. Okay, so this is talking about the immersion. Is that what you wanted me to share here, Aki? Yeah, my earlier days, what's kind of cut me off from doing a lot of these long hours is my stint in the hospital. Never been in the hospital except for the day that I was born. And I was sitting here so long that I ended up getting blood clots. I think that's where I got it from. It was just from being sitting and not moving, and the next thing you know, you got issues. Let's see. YAH Natsarim, you said, where did it go? Wow, where did it go that fast? Boy, this stuff be coming by so fast you can't even read it. Oh, you retracted your message. Okay, I was trying to read it and then it disappeared on me. Was there anything that you wanted me to read about specifically here, Aki Quentin? The 10 verses, was there something that you wanted me to point out or that you wanted us to see? Yes, you have to lay hands on after the immersion. Yes, that's what we read there. Yep, that's why we started doing that. Now we after we do water immersions, we anoint those who have been immersed with oil, and we palah that Abba Yahuwah will immerse them in fire by the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay. And it came to be while Apollos was at Corinth that Shaul, aka Paul, having passed through the upper parts, came to Ephesus. And having found some taught ones, he said to them, did you receive the set apart spirit? Did you receive the Ruach HaKodesh when you believed? And they said to him, no, we have not even heard that there is a Ruach HaKodesh. And he said to them, into what then were you immersed? And they said, into Yohanan's immersion. And Shaul said, Yohanan indeed immersed with an immersion of repentance, saying to the people that they should believe in the one who is coming after him, that is, in the Messiah Yahusha. And when they heard this, they were immersed into the name of the Master Yahusha. And when Shaul had laid hands on them, the set-apart spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, came upon them, and they were speaking in languages and prophesying. And all the men were about 12. And having gone into the congregation, he spoke boldly for 3 months, reasoning and persuading concerning the reign of Alua Alahim. But when some were hardened and did not believe, speaking evil of the way before the crowd, he withdrew from them and separated the taught ones, reasoning daily in the school of Tyrannos. And this took place for 2 years, so that all who dwelt in Asia heard the word of the Master Yahusha, both Yahudim and the Greeks. Yes. If you have not been immersed in the name of Yahusha, not Jesus, then you need to get re-immersed. Okay, let me see. My reason for asking for the reading is because there are some who are saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls don't share this truth. Oh no, well you and I know, Aki, and many of us know that the DSS, the Dead Sea Scrolls, do share truth. Is there anything in particular that they brought up to you, Aki Lester, that we need to go over? Mary, I did watch Truth Unedited. I don't know if I did not watch his last one about immersion, or what he says, baptism. Who is they that said this to you? That's so weird. I mean, again, if it was that we weren't supposed to touch them, then why did the Messiah go to John? What, John's supposed to just watch him go down in the water? I don't think so. He even says that Yohanan had to immerse him. So if Yohanan had to immerse him, that means he had to put hands on him. Okay? Aki, are you able to share and read from Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q208 and 209, 4Q216, 22? Oh, that's a whole bunch there, Aki. As it demonstrates that the vernal equinox is identified as day 1 of the new year. Okay, let me grab it here. Hold on one second. Let me grab my Dead Sea Scrolls. This is probably gonna end it for us today. And let me see here. I hope they have a decent table of contents so I can look this up. Okay, you said 4Q. Do you happen to know the page number, Aki? Because I know you have the same one as I do. 4Q208. 4Q208. 4Q. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this, Aki. 4Q. Yeah, my Ak, you're going to have to give me page numbers. I'm not going to be able to find that, Ak. I'll be here scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Oh, yours is older than mine, so it's going to be different page numbers. Yes. Well, I mean, again, you know, for those who, there's people that are even skeptical of the New Testament, you know what I mean? But that's going to have to be something that we're going to have to do on TikTok, Aki. So you can talk us through that. Because I know you do your research too on these things. And I know that the Dead Sea Scrolls lines up with practically everything, what we know as the Word. All right, Mish Picasso, we are coming up on 5 hours. Okay. And I want to thank all of you for your time here together with us today. I got a very, very busy schedule starting tomorrow. So I'm get ready to sign off here after 5 hours of today. I think that's more than enough time that we came together. I got to save my energy for tomorrow. I'm going to go over here and eat. And let's see. I would say this real quick, Debbie. Yahusha, Yahuwah, and the Ruach HaKodesh is all one being, one only. There is no Trinity, okay? This is why Yahuwah never said, behold, Yasharal, Yahuwah is 3. He never said Yahuwah is 3. He says Yahuwah is 1. Our Alua Elohim is Akkad. He's 1. Deuteronomy 6:4. When we're told in what people call the Great Commission, Matthew chapter 28, verses 19 and 20, he says, go therefore and make disciples amongst the nations, immersing them in the name, singular, name. It doesn't say names with the S at the end. It says in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Ruach HaKodesh, or the set-apart spirit. So that lets you know that there is only one name, in the name, singular. Why is there only one name? Because the Son came in the name of the Father. And the Father is spirit, and he wants us to worship him in spirit and in truth. If you read the book of Isaiah, which is about the Messiah, it's the book of the Messiah in the Old Testament, you're going to see how many times, starting from chapter 40, going all the way to chapter, I want to say like 47, he says it repeatedly. I did it all by myself. I am your only Savior. There is none but me. I stretched out the heavens. I laid the foundations of the earth all by myself. I am the set apart one of Yasharal. Okay. If there was any time that he can say there was somebody next to him, he could say that right then and there. But he never says it. He says the opposite. He says, I will not share my esteem with another. He's not going to share it with his son. Well, why should he share it with his son when he is the son? When you read Isaiah, again, the book of the Messiah, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 tells you that the son, the child that has been given to us, that was born unto us, he shall be called the mighty one and the everlasting Father. The son cannot be the everlasting Father unless he is the everlasting Father. You can't have two everlasting fathers. That would be going against the scripture. He is the Father. What people are getting hung up on is his earthly ministry. The Messiah, the creator of heaven and earth, the only visible image of the invisible creator, came down in the form of flesh. He emptied himself of all of his attributes and came down in the form of his creation to save his creation. Okay, he separated himself. How he does that, I don't know, but he separated himself from himself, born into a woman, Mary, born into this world, but he never left the throne. He never left the throne, even when he came down in the form of flesh. He said he was found in the form of Alua Elohim, but then was found as a servant in the form of a man. This is why people are getting confused. I'm like, oh, is he praying to himself and da-da-da? No, everything he did was for our benefit. It was to show us how to walk out the Torah. Every single bit of it. Well, all right. We are now at 5 hours, my friend, and my Akis and Akodis. I want to thank you all for your time here again. And may we do the Aaronic Barakah. And we're going to go ahead and call it a day. The next time I will be on, Yahuwah willing, will be next SUN Day. Oh, and by the way, just so you all know, we will not be coming together for the Feast of Shabuat, also known as the Feast of Weeks. We will be coming together live. Okay, I will be live, but we're all going to be doing it from our respective homes this time. So we'll be baking our bread, and maybe we'll make a whole day out of it, and you know, while I'm baking over here, you guys are baking over there, and then we're going to all take it and we're going to wave it before Abba Yahuwah outside. Okay, let's do that. But that's what we're going to do. Okay. But we will not be able to come together physically this time. Hopefully next time we'll see how the environment and what's going on with all of the political affairs of this world. Okay, so we have Numbers chapter 6, as we always do about this. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, verse 22, now verse 23, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name, that is Yahuwah, on the children of Yasharal, and I myself shall barak them. Hallelujah. Well, Mishpachah, may you go in shalom, not as the world gives you, but as Yahuwah gives you. May you go in the strength of his Ruach. May he keep you and guide you. May he allow the countenance of his light to shine upon you and your Mishpachah, your family. Until next time, my name is Og Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, and we are ambassadors of YAH. Shalom, Mishpachah. Shabbat Shalom.
We are seeking the children of YAH, straight out of the book. The scriptures, verses sharper than fishing hooks, snagging souls, taking tolls, leaving devils shook. Who we be? Messengers, truth bringers, that's the key. Unlocking minds, leaving darkness in debris. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Verses be thumping, shofars be blowing, beat be steady. Word power every hour, truth already. Planted deep secrets keep fools unsteady. We elevate till your fate be ready. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close.